Okay, guys, a very good morning and welcome to the Building a Data Literate Culture in Your Organization. My name is Gerald Hong and I will be your speaker for this entire day. I should say also good, maybe afternoon as well as good, very early morning, I would say, because we do have participants from a few countries, right? So this is GMT plus 8, okay? This is in Malaysia. So we start at 9:10. Of course, right now is 9:10. And folks from UK, I believe that it is very early in the morning. I think it's around 2 a.m. Those of you who join in, glad that you can make it. And those of you from Australia, you guys are, I think the eastern side of Australia, you might be 2 hours ahead of us. So that would be around 11 a.m. right now. And those of you who are in the western side of Australia, we are in the same time zone, let's say Perth. Cambodia, Indonesia, Thailand, you guys are just an hour behind us. Okay, so glad that you can make it. People from India, you guys are 2.5 hours way early behind us. Okay, so I think it's around around 7 o'clock, right? Almost 7 o'clock. Okay. So anyway, what you guys can see here is that, let me just go through our format here. Okay, so I'm gonna go for a 20-minute morning break. So the morning break and afternoon break will be around 20 minutes. So we can see from my slide here, 10 minutes past 10 a.m. Now all these timings are the GMT plus 8 Malaysia and Singapore time zone. Okay, and 20 minutes, so it will last all the way until 10:30 a.m. and also of course lunch break, that would be 12:30 p.m. until 1:30 p.m. Okay, so those of you who are not having lunch and all that, so you will have a longer 1 hour break. Okay, and of course the afternoon break will be roughly around 2:40 p.m. for another 20 minutes until 3 p.m. So bear in mind again, this would be GMT plus 8 time zones. Okay, so I'm not so sure how many of you guys here knows me. Well, I do believe some of you guys know me, or some of you guys have been trained by me before. So once again, my name is Gerald, and I'm a Microsoft certified trainer for 25 years, since 1996. I am the CEO as well as the master trainer for Genring Consulting. All right, so we are a new startup training provider, but we specialize in a lot of data platform stuff, cloud, Azure, especially on analytics, data science, machine learning, and stuff like that. Okay, so do send in any questions, right, to the Q&A, because I've got my producer who will be manning the Q&A, and of course any questions towards me, right, I usually will try to handle the questions not instantaneously, because as I'm going through my presentation, I usually will have a pause. Maybe I will collect the questions towards the end of the session. Okay, so roughly I would end somewhere around 4-ish. I don't end exactly at 5 p.m. So I will leave enough time for some Q&As. All right, and of course, let me just talk about the agenda for today. All right, so there will be 4 modules here. So the first module is, what is data literacy? So because we are going to look at how to build a data literate culture in your organization. So please bear this in mind, okay, that this is not a technical training. There won't be demos on tools. There is nothing, okay? Remember that this is a real soft skill style kind of training. It's a seminar. All right, so I'll do the talking and maybe you guys do the sleeping. I'm not so sure, okay, but it's all about awareness. It's all about frameworks. It's about enlightenment, okay? It's about also the way on how you can adopt, how you build, right? And it's really soft skills, okay? And of course, module number 2, we look at data literacy adoption. I'll be throwing you some statistics around the world, things that I have actually gotten from the internet, as well as some research that I've done. Okay, and also the third module will be most likely after lunch. That would be why analytics. So analytics is also part of data literacy, right? And of course, this topic on analytics we can literally extend, because there are many product-based training on analytics. Now, I'm a Microsoft trainer, fully 100% Microsoft trainer. Those of you who knows me, maybe you have attended my Power BI, you maybe know me as a Power BI trainer. So Power BI is one of the tools for analytics. Of course, you do have Tableau, SAS, Click, Informatica and whatnot. Okay, but in this particular topic, I'm not biased to a particular principle or a particular platform. It's only talking about what is analytics. I'm not looking at the tools. I'm not looking at technology. All right, like I said, this is really what do you call the soft skills level. All right, and it's just only really for people who want to get to know what is the idea behind data literacy and what has analytics got to do with data literacy. And another interesting topic, which is the last module, would be what is data storytelling. Now, data storytelling is itself, okay, by itself, another training. It's really an elaborate type of training, which will be very interestingly, we usually have some practical in there. Okay, now of course nowadays because of the COVID-19 pandemic, okay, we are holding everything virtual, but if it's going to be in a physical class, then we have got lots of physical activities. All right, it'll be fun because people will be running around, we'll be grouping together and do some activities together and to form a story. Okay, it's actually to mold your brains and to create and craft a mindset on how do you build a story behind all your data or from your data. Okay, now of course, what do you get after this training? Is it just because I'm not charging you guys an FOC and just hear me babble over the internet, right? But no, I am generous enough to throw in those of you who are attending here. I'm going to give you guys a link to download some deliverables. Okay, now I will be giving you guys a zip file, which I have actually zipped up something like this. Okay, which is practically I've got six PDFs here. Okay, which some of them will be a book, some of them will be checklist, some information more about data literacy. Okay, so this is what the deliverables will be. So you're not going back empty-handed. Obviously, okay, like I said, I'm generous enough to get to show you, to give to you guys some of these materials. Okay, and also, yes, my producer also mentioned, okay, that we will be posting some part of this training on YouTube. Okay, so you guys are welcome to follow Gemring Consulting's YouTube channel, right? And also you can follow me or connect with me through my LinkedIn. Okay, all right, so without further ado, so let me just dive right into the first module. So what is data literacy? This is an interesting question. It's a very simple question. We talk about what is data literacy. The question, the word literacy, it comes from the word literate. So being literate means being able to read and write. So when I say that you are literate means, yeah, you are able to read and you write. That means you have been to school. You have learned how to read and write. But what about data literacy? Now, of course, there are many, many different definitions. And these are some of the few common data literacy definitions. If you can find it all over the internet. Number one, you've got ability for employees to derive meaningful insights from data and apply those insights in a way that benefits the organization. All right, whoa, what a mouthful. And it's very technical, very, very technical. Number two, ability to read, work with, analyze, and understand while using data effectively. Now, this is a bit somewhat sounded simpler, easy to understand, able to read, work with, analyze. Well, yeah, okay. And the last one, ability to know what data is needed and where to get the right data, how to interpret that data objectively, and knowing how to use the results. Okay, now remember, I'm just showing to you all three only, but on the internet, you can see tons of definitions. But all these definitions, okay, they revolve around similar keywords. So the variety of definitions demonstrates that there is limited consensus around the meaning of the term data literacy. But this variety shows that the concept has some value in it and should be promoted by organizations and through education. Now, based on the list of people who have signed up for this training, I believe I have actually scouted around. I see people from all backgrounds. I've got CEOs and managing directors and the key business decision makers in this session right now, as well as all the way to the general workforce. Managers, senior managers, directors, the administrators, HR managers, finance people, you name it. I've got all these backgrounds inside this particular webinar right now. So when I address all these things, right, I'm trying to address data literacy generically to the general population. All right, because different posts or titles or job scope, you need to play a role in absorbing and learn data literacy. But it's just what kind of role you're going to play. Now, later on, we're going to go through something called data personas, and you're going to see that. So generally speaking, what is data literacy? Now, this is actually one of the simplest and shortest ever by a company called Sisense. Some of you guys might have known Sisense. Maybe your organization is using Sisense. And what is data literacy? By Sisense, the ability to put data in context and derive meaningful information from it. Okay, so this is quoted by Sisense. But all in all, simply put, right, data literacy is just about being able to read data and write effectively with data. This is critical to the success in the 21st century right now. So in many organizations, right, data is the product. Data is the most valuable element, right? A simple number, it's a data, okay? A piece of data. It can be all the way into a record or maybe tons and tons of gigabytes or terabytes of data. So in most other enterprises, right, data is an essential component of operations and decision making. So historically, the access to data has been in the hands of selected experts, such as analysts or even the decision makers. So we've got all these kind of people in this webinar right now. So with the explosion of data access to practically anyone, the management of data for, of course, ensuring properly defined and high quality data, as well as the literate use of that data has become a crucial concept and should be supported by every organization. Now I'm going to show you a statistic later on, okay, and you can see how sad it is, the adoption of data literacy. This, in fact, right, I've done some research. Data literacy has been around for more than 10 years. My God, it's more than a decade, but nobody actually take, like importance for it. Nobody actually haven't heard of this term, not until for the past few years. But it's been around for more than a decade. People have been talking about data literacy, literacy since year 2010, all right, or 2009 if it's not if it's not even earlier, right? So, but data literacy, right, has become such a big proliferation and also an importance recently. So again, still, what is data literacy? So I'm showing you a little bit of a this figure here. So it includes understanding how to assess data sources and collection methods. All right, that means number one, they're reading data, both theory and analysis, and must be able to understand what various applications for a given data set can be. That means you must know how to work with data, both collecting it as well as managing the data, as well as knowing the value of working with understanding data. So you must be able to communicate with the data. So reading, working, and communicating. So these are the few things here. So it's more about, it's about more than just understanding and working with numbers or numeracy, because data is not just numbers. Data can be both textual, it can be unstructured, it can be pictures, it can be videos. Every element, every sources of data revolving around your organization, it is there. Okay, so it's all about these three main elements. And of course, before I continue, well, let me show you guys a video. It's going to be a 4 minutes plus video, so at least you guys have some video to watch here. So let me just play the video and let me know whether you guys can hear the sound. Okay,
we are moving into the fourth.
Oops. Ooh, hang on.
Industrial Revolution. The first, in the 18th century, saw the urbanization of rural societies with advances in mechanization and the invention of steam engines. The second, in the late 1800s, was when steel, oil, and electricity powered the ability for mass production, paving for technological advances. From the 1960s, the emergence of semiconductors, computers, and networking technology brought us into the digital age. They are not called revolutions for nothing. A great change comes with big challenges, but overcoming them advances our society. The fourth revolution blurs the line between tech and our physical processes, fusing them into our daily lives, driven by advances such as robotics, AI, and IoT. Riding this revolution well means reaping great benefits socially and economically for organizations and even the country as a whole. And the use of data is key to this transformation. The truth is, we're seeing exponential growth of digital data both in organizations and the cloud. Together with faster and cheaper computing power and the proliferation of effective algorithms and tools, it was only natural that we were primed to harness the power of data like never before. From transportation to medical fields, we are starting to see positive changes in the way we live and work. Many digital applications, such as video streaming platforms, are already using data to improve your experience. As you click through your selection, the system collects the data and learns your habits. The AI powering it then uses the insights to recommend relevant shows to you with greater precision. Newer, fully digital businesses owning such platforms may ride this revolution with ease, but traditional and complex ones face hurdles in adapting. The transformation process of getting the people, workflow, systems, and data all aligned can be challenging. It may start off badly like this. The head of an organization decides to jump onto the data bandwagon and demands instant success. A business analyst, in a rush to execute, is swayed by impressive vendor promises and buys a multi-million-dollar system. The organization is then told to embark on a massive and time-consuming data cleaning exercise to set up the new system. But without the right culture on data, the staff does not really understand what kind of data is required. The data scientist struggles to make sense of the dirty data to derive meaningful insights. The staff starts to get frustrated and wonders why the data scientist is unable to solve the problems despite all the provided data. This naturally leads to ineffective recommendations to the management. The spiral continues with both management and staff losing faith in the whole endeavor. So the big question is, how can we avoid this? What can we do to approach data the right way? We can start by adopting a data is a team sport approach. Let's look at how things can turn out more positively. The head of organization initiates a whole of organization training plan tailored to the roles played by the staff to raise data literacy and acquire applied analytic skills. He also tasks his staff to think big but start on small data science projects. With a good project identified, the business user and analyst scout together before committing to a small proof of concept POC system. Users work closely with the data scientist to validate the data and system requirements. This gives us a better analysis with recommendations that can really make an impact. Once verified, the POC can now be scaled and integrated into the main workflow and system. It's a win. Remember, data is a team sport and everyone plays an important role in transforming the organization one step at a time.
Okay, so guys, after watching that 4-minute plus video, right? So what kind of insights, what do you understand from the video here? You see, from one thing that you can realize, right, okay, is that the first environment, okay, things started to break down because of one thing. when the consumers of the data, the staffs, okay, does not understand the data, they just simply put in any data that even the data scientist who is supposed to be the expert, right, is not capable to churn out meaningful insights from there. And there is where arguments usually ensued, right? The data scientist will reject, okay, the consumers and say that, hey, because the data is not correct, so I cannot churn out this particular predictive analysis or something like that. But then the consumers will say, no, you're supposed to be the expert, and you're supposed to be able to churn out this and that. But little do they know is that it all boils down to the inefficiency or the inability for the consumer to provide correct data, in the inability for them to understand the data, so that the data scientists would not be able to possibly get any data to churn out meaningful insights. So you can see there's always a breakdown in communication there. So that is the reason why data literacy is really important throughout the entire organization. It all spawns, okay, from the non-technical people all the way to data scientists, data engineers who might be the technical people. So the non-techs and the tech people must work together. They must understand the data as a whole. So when you jive right in, everybody playing a part, playing a role inside a data project, that is when only the data will be meaningful to every walks of life, even from the back end all the way to the front end. Okay, so that's literally that. And of course, so to begin with, okay, so again, this is just a recap, right, of the 4 major pillars of data literacy. Now, to begin, let us dive into the definition, right, of the term data literacy and why it has become so important in the world today. As the evolution of data has taken place, now the world has seen the amount of data produced grow at incredible rates, necessitating the need to be data literate. But it isn't only the increase in data that has caused this. The democratization of data throughout organizations and the increase in tools used for data have created a big buffet of possibilities. But we have seen that, okay, not in everyone who is ready to consume data properly. So data literacy, as defined by MIT and the Emerson University, is the ability to read, work with, analyze, and argue with data. So there's an argue there. You can see the 4 quadrants there, right? So as can be seen with the definition, right, data literacy encompasses many different aspects, right? So those who do not embrace the future of data could easily be left behind. So to properly understand this data revolution and bring it home to a data literate culture, we must understand the definition of data literacy. So to do so, let's review and cover each aspect. Now we start with the first one, reading, the top left-hand corner, right? Reading data. So what does it mean to read data? Now a simple internet search to find the definition of read will show that to read means to look at something and understand it. Now, can all of us say with certainty that we can read data well, and from that data, we are able to decipher it? So in today's data revolution, right, data can take many forms. Is it a polished data, beautiful visualization or something like that? So that is what you call data. Or is it a table of numbers you are reviewing? So what about you're looking at your Excel pivot table? That is also data, right? So data can come in many forms. So the ability to read, which is look at it and comprehend it, means we need to be able to address data in different forms and become fluent in it. So there is another topic after data literacy, which is called data fluency. You are literate, but you might not be fluent. You see, people can read, but are you fluent? So there's data literacy and data fluency. Okay, now that is why I've met people even that, right, who are able to understand the data when you give him a table. But the moment you convert it into a different format, the same person who knows the table, when you look at the new format, you say, hey, what is this? So that is not fluent. He can be literate, but he might not be fluent because the moment I change the format of the data, he's lost. He or she is lost. Okay. So you see, this is also very true between one position to another. The way a data scientist works with data would definitely be different from a data analyst or even an HR manager or an officer. Of course, totally different with a business user, which is also again different than an executive or even the top management people. And the list can go on. You see? So also together with what tools are they using? You might be using Excel. I'm using Power BI. He might be using some other form of tools. So with the so many tools we have available, and some of us may be using coding to work with the data, and I built a data model using code. Another business user may not be coding, right? So maybe he's just building a visualization, you see. Maybe he wants to simplify and understand the data easier, but I am going through the hard way. So overall, working with data appropriately is essential, okay? So in fact, it isn't only the first two, sorry, the second one, okay? Yeah, before I continue, read, after that will be the work with, okay? So overall, now working with data appropriately is essential, right? And this working with, that's a second pillar, helps the culture to succeed. Now, between reading and working with data, right, we are starting to see how impactful individuals with these skills are to an organization, and how each facet of a business can have data in different forms, causing strong data literacy skills, right? So in fact, it isn't only the first two facets, not read and work with. Now, each aspect of the definition can be viewed differently within different levels of the organization. Okay. Now, the third aspect of the definition we are going to investigate is analyze. The bottom right corner, analyze this one. Okay. So analyzing data means the ability to take the data and draw some insights or decisions from that data. Now, here, so many different aspects of a data culture come into play. So data scientists may have advanced statistical skills. He's a techie, is he? So enabling them to really able to analyze 100% and work with data. Reading data can come into play here as well, because maybe you churn out an analytic reports, right? So this one can come into view, reading the data in a simplified manner. So analysis of data is at the crux of moving forward with data-driven insights, okay, as well as with from business intelligence moving forward to augmented intelligence. Now, the final term is called argue with data. This might sound very funny, argue with data. So this term argue with, okay, may seem peculiar, very weird, but is powerful and thought-provoking. So again, an easy internet search, right, okay, would show the definition of argue, which is to give reasons or cite evidence in support of an idea, right, or an action or a theory, typically with the aim of you're trying to convince or you're trying to persuade others to agree with you. So to argue with data means to support your ideas, actions, or your theories with data. So how sure are you that the data, right, okay, that you have or you're holding is able to support your firm belief of what the topic that you're arguing with, right? So here we are trying to take the movement from business intelligence to augmented intelligence, gathering and analyzing data. But this not just involve, let's say, machine learning, but maybe human intelligence. So because, of course, here in this case, human intelligence, it's all about data literacy for us humans, nothing to do with the machine, right? And then we need to improve the analysis, and then we need to argue with the data. So the ability to argue with data takes us beyond the historical gut feeling approach. When you use your gut feeling, right, okay, you are not able to fully 100% support your idea, because you might not be sure, because you're using your gut feeling. So you need to hone your skills, okay, into making sure that you are 100% certain, okay? So that's the four pillars. And of course, when we talk about culture now, overall, the definition of data literacy is critical, right? If we want to build the proper culture around data literacy, we need to understand the different aspects of data literacy so we can implement them appropriately. Now, along with understanding the definition of data literacy, we need to understand the definition of the word culture. So before we combine this fantastic definition, right, with culture, now how to really move this forward? Now let's try to find out what does culture means. Now, after we try to define culture, we need to combine the culture with data literacy. So then it makes your organization more powerful. So in today's world, right, culture is defined and seen as many different things, but we want to create and establish our own definition of that. So if we look at the origin of the word culture, it has the roots in the word called cultivate, cultivation. All right. A simple internet search, right, of the word cultivate would show that to cultivate means is to acquire skills, then work at developing as well as improving the skills. This is the essence of building a strong data literacy. That is why building a data literate culture is to be able to acquire, develop, and improve your understanding, to be able to read, work with, analyze. So you can see we combine all the 4 things about data literacy at the bottom with the 3 things for culture. So when we combine the definition, I'm sure you know what it is going to be sound like, right? So data literacy cannot be ignored anymore, because as you can see, this is practically where you're fusing the way on how human learns, adapts with data literacy and ongoingly, because the most important thing culture is there is an ongoing development and ongoing improvement here. So now when we talk about culture, so does a CEO need to learn the same skills to read, work with, analyze, and argue with data? So that means does a CEO needs to learn the same skills that a data scientist does? So does a business user need to learn advanced statistic methods and then how to implement those in maybe R language or Python language or C language or whatever? So obviously the answer is no. Okay, the answer in both cases here, no, because the CEO, what he learns, what he understands on data literacy is different from a data scientist. With a techie, a non-tech and a tech will play a part in the data literacy in a different manner. So there are different skills and roles, right? And each of them need to embrace their own scope. So each of the roles in an organization needs to maintain a spirit of learning. So it's all in all talking about learning here. So this is to ensure that they are building the proper culture, and we want to examine the different aspects. All right. So, but first, let's continue to expand on the definition of data literacy first, okay? And let's see how each role will play a part. So a data literacy culture can be defined by the different characteristics. Again, they will flow through the organization. Number 1 will be data fluency. Then we've got statistical methodologies, we've got business intelligence visualizations, we've got learning, we've got mentoring and all that. So we need to go through and examine each one of these characteristics. But one thing to note quickly before we move on, when we speak of building a data literacy culture, we are not saying we need to replace or completely change an organization's culture. We mean that we infuse, that's why the big word here, infuse your data literacy into your already existing culture. I'm not asking you to change your culture. It is hard to change culture, right? It's going to be something like a paradigm shift. So it's just adopting a new culture and infuse it, just integrate it into your current culture. So let's begin with data fluency. So this is the first one, okay? So data fluency deals with the language, vocabulary, and conversational skills of an organization. But it must pertain to the data, of course, okay? So do you find people in organizations sometimes don't have a strong comprehension when spoken to about data? Can it be like frustrating when you present an analysis and people get lost because of the vocabulary that you use? They don't understand what you're talking about, right? And for an organization to fully have a data literate culture, right, the words, the terminology, the vocabulary of data and analytics need to flow throughout your organization. You must ensure that every population, every single folks in your organization must understand the terms. So some of the words could be the word like histogram. What do you mean by histogram? You know, box plot, median, standard deviation. Now, you see, I'm throwing alien language here, you see. So some of you guys who are from technical world, you are doing analytics, you understand what I'm doing, right? What I'm saying. And if you're from statistics, you know, you understand this. These are all statistical terminology. right? So, but those of you who don't understand what I'm talking about, so that is why you're missing out from there, you see. So there must be a way to convert or to impart the same vocabulary, the same language spoken throughout, right? So helping the culture and organization to understand that having an appropriate vocabulary is vital. Okay, is really, really important. So as an organization adopts data-driven decisions more fully, the right fluency is critical. Now, the second skill, right, okay, that needs to exist, okay, within this culture is analytical skills. Analytical skills are what lead to analytical insight. Analytical thinking, right? What do you mean by analytical thinking? So this is actually a lot of people have been saying. You must have analytical thinking, critical thinking. There are two, right? Analytical thinking is a process that helps an individual able to break down certain problems and project into a step-by-step process and then work towards a strong solution. So in this case, right, from a data perspective, it involves working through the data to help drive true results and insight. Now, a lot of analytical skills will reside right within the technical people like data scientists, but that doesn't mean other people in the organization don't need analytical skills. I'm not saying that you as an HR manager or you are a financial officer, you're an accountant, you don't need analytical skills. In fact, you guys need more analytical skills. In fact, okay, you need more because of your business data. I'm not asking you to learn all the rocket science and all that, but at least within the confine, the restrictions or the boundaries of your own data, you must be analytical about it. Okay, so everyone in the organization needs analytical and critical thinking skills. Now, having these will help all aspects and roles to fit into the culture. Okay. Now, the third characteristics here, right, okay, is that of statistical methodologies. Again, a mouthful. So within organizations, right, statistical methodologies, right, means statistical methods. The word methodology means method. This can be a key to help drive your analytical results. The characteristic, right, actually is different from that of analytical skills. This is talking about statistical skills. Right? This is a subset of analytical skills. So one can think analytically, they can think critically, but they may not have a background in statistics. You see? So the characteristic of statistical methodologies is that it is probably most closely related to data scientists. Maybe statistical methodologies may not play in every department, maybe towards the scientists, the data scientists. So this was where they create what machine learning, data mining, and what hypothesis testing, whatever. All these are jargons that I'm not going to talk here because we've got people from all around the organization here. So these are vital skills for these group of people, but they can be most prevalent because, they are technical people. They are in charge. They are the subject matter experts, and they need the statistical methodologies, right? The next characteristics, of course, data visualizations. Now, this is going to be fun. A lot of you guys might have heard of Power BI. A lot of you guys might have known Tableau. You have gone through all this training before. You have learned how to churn out reports. You have heard the word dashboards, right? So why would data visualizations, right, be an important part of a data literate culture? The answer to that comes down to how you are able to create the visualizations to simplify the data. And do you understand it or not? Now, I always hold on to the belief, I train Power BI a lot. I've been training people how to create report. But then I always have got one more thing in mind. Hey, I am training you guys how to build a report. But what about your peers, your colleagues, right, who are not in the training, your audience, right, are they able to understand your report? You can be very, very successful. You can be an expert in creating a report. You can create very sophisticated, very beautiful reports. But it is no use when you give the report to your colleague and your colleague just stare at the report with the mouth wide open and ask you back, what is this? That will be really frustrating, right? So here you go. You have, toil you have gone through sweat and blood, to create that kind of report. But then disappointingly, no one understands your report. Correct? So that is why able to create and able to decipher. So data visualizations, right, are an easy way for people to build analysis, find and share data. Right? They also allow the person to visually see the patterns or the trend or whatever, right? So having people in an organization, right, who are strong with the ability to build visualizations and decipher the visualizations will help your organization able to share the data effectively. Okay, so now are these characteristics so far making sense or not? I've covered 4 of that. So can you see why it is important for organizations, right, to apply these characteristics, right? So next on the list, right, is of course let's continue learning. This is what you guys are here also. Even though you are not learning as in something to implement now, you are hearing, you're listening to me babbling across the internet line right now. But this is like an awareness. You are also in the sense you're trying to wake up. You are trying to be aware of something. So learning, right, is an essential key to data literacy culture. Everybody must start learning right now. So learning spans the entire breadth of an organization. The learning, right, we are discussing here is data literacy centric and they are well purposed. So in a data literacy culture, right, everyone is working together to learn the different pieces and aspects of data literacy. Okay, right from the top of their organization, the top management, all the way down, right? Different learning aspects help your organization succeed. Now, I'm not saying that the CEO will sit into the same training as maybe a financial officer. So they must be prescribed type of learning. We call this as prescriptive learning. So you must be able to have a targeted learning scope for maybe the top management people. They are the audience, right? And then for the implementers, you must have a different scope of the same prescribed learning, right? So those in different areas of the organization, you must be well versed with your own areas and what you need to learn. You must be able to understand that. So data scientists, again, they must learn more predictive models, able to check up prediction. Those who have no data knowledge at all, right, will start from the beginning, right? So overall, it is really imperative that the organization must continue to learn and must have a spirit of learning. So the world of data literacy, okay, it will continue to evolve, right? It will shift and it will create new trends, okay? But of course, we must start somewhere. So the final characteristics is mentoring. After you have learned, so are you able to teach? Are you able to mentor? Do you have something like to become a champion that you're able to further deliver, right? So when we talk about mentoring, right, this is also a challenge. Certain organizations, okay, when you have your own L&D, your learning and development department, where you have your own internal trainers, you've got champions, okay, in certain organizations or certain departments, you're able to hold internal briefings, internal workshops or training. Okay, but of course, if you are not actually in a position to have that, or maybe you do not have a structured way of learning, then of course companies like us, okay, in Genring Consulting, okay, we are providing that. Okay, so when organizations build and grow their data literacy culture, mentoring becomes a key piece. So I've trained a lot of organizations when sometimes they send a party over to train. And after that, once they finish their learning roadmap, their pathway, they go back to the organizations and they need to re-deliver throughout their population. Okay, so there are large variations, of course, in the skill sets. So that is why, okay, you need to also learn, okay, that it is not possible for one single person to learn everything, and you got to go back to the organization, and you are the one who teach the CEO all the way down. You are teaching the janitor or the tea lady. No, okay, because you need to acquire the proper skill sets, and whoever who possesses those skills, you need to do some form of a targeted or a preemptive strike, okay, on this kind of learning. So we just covered only what we just covered, right? Only represents just a few characteristics, right? But these are already considered critical for the success. Now remember, each one of these is really important, right? Not classifying one above another. It doesn't matter which one comes first. These are just characteristics of what you must have in an organization. then only you can say that you are having a DLC, all right, a data literate culture. So the key, right, is to ensure all of these characteristics must flourish. Okay, so far we have discussed what data literacy is, right, and we also discussed a few different characteristics here. Now we want to explore different data personas that would fit into an organization. Okay, so let me just move on. Data personas. Now, I remember, right, okay, being, I went through training myself, okay, on digital marketing, all sort of stuff, and we also talk about personas. Now, when we go through soft skills training like this, right, okay, you need to also play a role. We need to envision it, okay, imagine in our head, right, okay, what kinds of actors and actresses, like for example, you're putting on a show, you're creating a movie, you must have actors and actresses. Now, these are all called personas. The persona, right, okay, would be a reflection, a role that key individual or even a group of people play. Okay, so now when we want to explore this, right, you can imagine, of course, there will be different data personas. It's not just one. Okay, so of course, when we have got different data personas that live within this, now each one of these personas, right, okay, will interact, will understand, and play a different role. Now, if we want to truly understand and build a thriving data literacy culture, we must understand how different people will look at the data and how we can interact with them properly. Now, in our case, we are going to explore 4 different data personas along with discussing the executive level. So I'm going to start with the executive level, right? So this is actually the keynote. These personas, right, can be a part of any level, all right? So I'm going to start with the first role, which is the top, okay, the executive and the leadership roles within an organization. So remember, right, a data literacy culture is one where individuals and the organization work together to cultivate the skills, which happens to be acquire and improve. You saw that, right? Now, when building the right type of culture in an organization, one must ensure there is buy-in, People must buy you. Like, for example, when I say this, when I'm talking something, I'm trying to convince you, but if you guys don't buy it, that means it's a failure. I'm a failure. I fail in doing that because I did not obtain enough buy-in. Okay. And of course, you must be able to impart good messaging. See, so doing this ensures there can be the proper investment in the organization, whereby you've got learning, and also the tools that you work with. They're investments, right? That you buy tools and you also invest in learning. Now, I'm sure we can think of examples of organizations where from the top down, starting from the top, the leaders, there is a direct message and vision. So everything must start from the top. So when the leadership fully buys in and the message is shared throughout an organization with enthusiasm, with interest, you see, and backing, then the culture can resonate throughout the organization. So within the world of data literacy, right, this type of framework and buy-in for leadership is utmost important. If the leaders, okay, don't begin, don't march, don't start marching, then what about the bottom part? None of your people is going to follow you because the leaders don't start marching, right? So there you go. This would be very important. So organizations have been hearing about the need to use data all the time, right? But might not necessarily know where to begin. Everybody knows data are very important. Yes, data is important, but how do you begin learning how to make use of the data? So we need to, first of all, help the executive levels and the leadership teams to fully understand the need for data literacy. And that is why, okay, one of my mission, okay, is as a trainer to preach about data literacy is to start right at the top. So I know that we've got CEOs and MDs, and the top management people in this webinar. So I hope that you guys are also able to understand this very well, the criticality behind that. Okay, so this is the other piece of the executive culture level, right? The executive and leadership level. They themselves must be able to buy into the data revolution itself. They must understand the importance. So in order to be successful and compete in today's world of data, your organization's top levels cannot going to hinder the entire culture. You are going to retard the entire organization. So in regards to a data literacy culture and the characteristics we mentioned earlier, right? The executive and the leadership world touches upon each one. Now, the leadership in an organization will help drive how the data is used and how they are governed, how the learning is also going to be done, and whether is there going to be a mentoring program in place, and so many other characteristics, right? So the role and messaging from the leadership cannot be overemphasized. So the second role, right, okay, that we want to explore within an organization is that of the people leaders. There are 4 sub-levels of people leaders. Again, remember, people leaders, even though there's a word leader, now people leaders will each fall into one of the 4 data personalities here. Like, for example, data scientist, data champion, data dreamer, and data doubter. Okay, no matter which one of the 4 personalities, they all play a critical role. Okay, now people leaders set the tone for the teams. Why we call it people leaders? Because they represent the people, right? They're like the all our the members of parliament. Each one, okay, of them, they are representing a certain group of people in a certain area, right? So if the executive set the tone for the organization, right, the people leaders will then set the tone, continue, right, for their teams. They help propagate the tone right from the top down, and they're the one who resonates the tone, and they are able to help to understand how important data literacy is. So if the top leadership, the executives, are able to impart correctly to the people leaders, the people leader can then start amplifying that down to their own teams. Okay, so people leaders can help their respective teams establish a regular learning cadence, and they can help set the example of learning themselves. So they have to learn by example. They have to set as an example. So the people leaders will be the first one to take trainings to work on data literacy skills before they go back, okay, and resonate that. So along with the learning, right, people leaders can really start to use the vocabulary of data in their everyday work, right? When the leadership of an organization lays out a vision, it is the teams and business units throughout an organization that are laying the groundwork. So if people leaders push for more and more insights from data, it will literally drive an overall data literacy culture. So people leaders are really important, they really help to drive learning, analytical thinking, the statistical and visualization use. So people leaders play such a critical role in the culture. Now, one key thing that you need to realize, right, the executive team and people leaders of an organization are not data personalities. There are only 4 personalities as the one that you see here. Okay, so each individual executive or the leader, right, can fit into either one of the 4 personalities. Now let's explore one by one. So I'm going to start, okay, jump right into each of the personalities. Let's talk about the first group out of the 4 of employees that exist. So this group of employees is one of, we have probably all heard a lot. You might have heard of a lot about this group of people in your company, data scientists. This is a very prominent role today, right? A lot of people have heard about data scientists. So data scientists play a crucial role in an organization, all right? Especially within the world of data. They are the SMEs, they're the subject matter experts. So data scientists, right, are well equipped with statistical concepts. They must have analytical mindset. They must know how to work with data. So what role do they play within a data literacy culture? Right? So data scientists play a crucial role, which is number 1, they must be able to perform mentoring. This might not be where you thought we were going to take this, because you say, I'm a data scientist, but I don't do mentoring. So that might not be yet in your culture of your organization. So don't think that data scientists only stay in the lab there, okay, and doing experiments and all that, but you must also do another role, which is to mentor. Okay, so because data scientists have a very strong knowledge in data literacy and need to learn the personal skills so that you can start mentoring others. So this is where you help uplift other people's skill set. So this might not have been a part of their job. Historically, data scientists don't mentor. Okay, but in order for the data literacy culture to exist, right? Well, data scientists, remember that you need to start working to help others, right? And along with mentoring, there is one key thing that data scientists should be doing to ensure they are properly a part of the culture, which is called continuous learning and improvement. All right, data is constantly shifting, the trends are constantly growing. So a data scientist needs to ensure they do not get outdated, get bogged down by it, or stuck in a particular cycle, stuck in a particular habit. So don't think that you have already learned everything. No, because it's continuous. So data scientists should constantly be learning and shifting. All right. Now, moving through an organization, right, let's go into the next one. This is called the data champion. Looks really champion here. So this is a larger group of employees compared to the data scientists. In an organization, you might have only a handful of data scientists, maybe just one department. But data champions can be scattered everywhere. It can be in any department, right? And who are these data champions? These are people who use data, but may not have a full data literacy skill set, right? But they need to work towards being fully data literate. These are the biggest group of people, right, with the much more work to do. They must have the biggest chunk of work needed on. So there isn't necessarily a direct name for these employees. So we just call it data champions. Okay. There is another name for this, okay, which later on you will see in other upcoming slides. Some people call them as data knights. Okay, but later on you'll see that. So this group of employees drive the data literacy culture. They may be eager to learn. They are very eager to learn more about analytical mindset, statistics, and all that. So the key for this group of employees is to continue to develop more, to grow their skills to read data and to work with it. So as they do so, okay, they also started to grow skills to mentor. So then they can help the data scientists to also start mentoring and continue evolving below, right? And they themselves to become people leaders, the true people leader, right? So as the executive team lays out the vision, these people leaders will work towards it. So as what I've actually mentioned earlier. So this increased the use of data, right? That will help to permeate throughout the organization. Okay, so the third group of employees that fit into a data personality here, right? Now, this may just be the biggest group of people called the data dreamers. What do you mean by data dreamers? Now, this is a group of employees, right, who desire to learn data. They wish to learn data. They dream to learn data. They dream able to work with it and help to drive. They are very interested, but they just may not know where to start or how to start or what to do. So they continue dreaming. So this group of employees, right, embody the essence of data literacy culture. They are the best candidates, right, okay, to be either learning or they can be the next group of people called data doubters. Right, so they are trying to continually learn, okay, because they have the interest. So they want to work towards strength, gaining strength and data fluency, right? And these are people who deserves the highest amount of help. So through the work, right, they will help push the executive leaderships across the board. So when data dreamers embrace their roles, right, okay, the culture can continue to move on. So it's like an engine. The bigger gear drive the smaller gears, right? So there, the final group are called the data doubters. So this is where, from the word doubters, right? Okay, these are for those people who may not feel they need to use data. They don't know. They don't even care, maybe. Those who are downright who don't like the data, the doubter. I doubt, I don't need this. They are the negative people. This group places itself in an interesting and also what can be also a precarious position. These are the rebutters. They are the toughest to train. There can be such a delicate balance, to ensure these group of people will buy in. And usually data doubters are the hardest to buy in. Okay, so the most important thing is, right, these group of people, okay, always will ask why. They are the one, okay, will be asking why, and we will definitely need to help them see the why behind the data. When they ask the why, we want to show them. It's not just answering them. So we want to ensure we are not offending them as well or causing a big disruption. It is also imperative to understand these data doubters can be great employees, they have great skills behind, but they just need a proper nudge, a proper kick in the right direction, a proper push only. We need to create an environment of learning so that these people can progress and they will also one day gain enough interest. Okay, so remember, to exclude one of these groups or to ignore either data scientist, the data champion, the data dreamer, or the data doubter, right? Okay, this would be a hindrance to the success of a data literacy culture. All right, so ask yourself a question: what can be done to ensure that every group of people, right? Okay, every group of these personas, you're able to find your colleagues or the people in your organization to fit into these group of personas, and then to obtain buy-in. Most importantly, paying close attention to the data doubters. These group of people will need a very, very sensitive, slowly tiptoe and plan carefully to approach them. Okay. All right, so that should be it for now. Okay, so these are all the particular data personas. Now we do have a question. Oh, you want a copy of the slide for your reference and all that? Yes, I am going to distribute slides for you guys as well. Okay, so the slides will also be made available as part of the material. Okay, so for those of you who want a copy of the slide, including my scripts is also okay. The way on how I explain everything is together with the slide. Okay, it's all in there, right? So no worries. All right, so welcome back to the second part of the training. So we are still in the first module, so I need to finish up the what is data literacy. And to recap, some of you guys really asked a question, like for example, Noor Hafiza, you got the explanation correct, which is the data literacy is a mere powerful storytelling via data that can be understood by all or across the organization, where a basic understanding and common data need to be presented. Yeah, that is absolutely correct as one of the primary objectives. Okay, yeah, before I forget, okay, yeah, I forgotten to wish all the Muslim people here, okay, Selamat Hari Raya, Aidil Adha. All right, so pardon me, because we were kind of late. We started 10 minutes later from 9 a.m. Okay, so welcome back. And of course, like I said, that we will be posting this video on YouTube once my producer has edited everything. Okay, and I will be sharing to you guys the link. So let us get straight right onto it. Okay, I would appreciate it if you can just keep the questions coming in, but I won't answer you immediately, as in, periodically I will pause my presentation and I will look into the questions and I will answer them. Okay, so let us straight go move on. Okay, so now let's take a look at the data literacy culture implementation. If you look at the data literacy and the culture, there are two arms here that we're looking at. So to implement or have a shift in corporate culture is an interesting topic. Now, a lot of times we may hear you cannot change the culture of an organization. It is there already in place, and we cannot afford to make abrupt changes to it. So when it comes to data literacy together with culture, we are in no way saying we should make a full transformation or a direct shift in our culture. We are looking at two main tenets of cultural improvement in an organization. Number one, embracing the new data revolution and need for data literacy. And secondly, on the right-hand side, finding the areas where data literacy can be weaved in and throughout the organization. So the first piece of this is to data literacy itself and embrace the shift and transformation that can occur within an organization. So culture. So culture is a tough one to shift and change, obviously. No one can simply change a culture or shift that. This is almost impossible. right? Especially for a long-running organization where there's a lot of people already in place, the SOPs or whatsoever with all your practice in place, it is literally impossible to change or shift. So in this regard, right, we want to help you start the grassroots movement by asking for more data usage, getting more people to utilize data, using data vocabulary more within your organization, and etc. Now, by utilizing data, implementing training, using data communication, we are going to start to embrace the data revolution and need to utilize data. Now, along with doing these pieces, right, spread the message of why the utilizing data is important. By getting to the why behind it, the organization can start to fully embrace data literacy. The next part of it, right, the second piece is the weaving data and data literacy throughout an organization. Now, we do not want you to think you need to transform the entire organizational culture. No, make sure you are embracing the culture that makes you successful. Then you need to find the key areas of strength. Start to embrace and weave the data or mold the data and data literacy into these pieces of the culture. Now, doing so will help enable the culture to thrive on data. Now, think of this, right, more of an evolution. Like I say, a big word there, evolution. Okay, it's an evolution of culture and not a change in culture. It's just to evolve it, right, to extend it, to enhance it. So to do so will truly help your organization succeed in this new world of data. So remember, data literacy culture does not equal to full transformation, right? It's just a blending of data literacy into your existing culture. So I'm just going to go through an example how the organization data personas and their data flow. So we can see it starts right with the most highly technical person in there, the data scientist. They will pass over to the data champion, over to the data dreamer, and data doubter, and it's a cycle. Now, we have covered a lot of ground throughout this module. This is the last slide in this module. So I'm going to wrap this all together. So let's take a look at an example of data flowing through an organization and how you can imagine, right, each of these data persona and the right culture can help this to succeed. Now, imagine with me that the executive team of an organization, so here, all right, this has brought into the idea of truly using data to succeed and make decisions. Now, they are working on a project that will require the use of the different data personas in their organization. Now, they first put the vision in place on this project and will task the people and leaders to help share that vision. Now, from there, the data scientists in the organization will start their work to manipulate and utilize advanced methods to analyze the data. Now, as they do so, they work directly with the data champions to communicate what they did, using data fluency to ensure the data champions know what has been done. So the data champion must know what the data scientist has done. So the data champions then take the accomplished work from the data scientists and build some simplified visualizations, maybe using Click, Tableau, Power BI, visualizations are all about this. And also deeper analysis. So this will then be communicated back to the executive leadership team and to the larger group of data dreamers in the organization. Now, as the visualizations are shared across the organization, the proper vocabulary is utilized. The proper terms are communicated across, and the information permeates throughout the organization. Now, from here, the proper channels and people can make the correct decisions, and they can act upon the data. They can utilize augmented intelligence right now. So it might seem like we have forgotten one important persona, the data doubter, the last one. Okay. Now, we haven't forgotten them in the least, because even though these are the negative group of people, the data doubters have a part in this decision-making process and aspects of the project as well. But the key, right, is to show them the results, because these people need to be convinced, because they are doubtful. They do not know where to start. They may think that they don't need it. So the only way to convince them is to show them the results, showing why the data was powerful and helping uplifting them, convincing them in their knowledge. So this workflow is a simplified approach and success of the data literacy culture. And this illustrates how data literacy can potentially flow through an organization. So overall that you see from here, right, data literacy and a data literacy culture, they are completely essential to the success of the organization. All right, so in this module, okay, we have covered many topics, which include what data literacy is, what a data literacy culture would be, different aspects of this type of culture, and different data personalities that exist within the organizations. So as organizations adopt the data literacy training and work towards becoming fully data literate, the culture can help organizations see the success, and the organization can see a growth and the power within your data. Okay, because all this while they may not know that this was possible, because a lot of people, they never embark into it. They don't know what they have. They don't know what they don't know, and they don't know what they have, you see. So they are holding some data already. It's just that they do not know how to fully make use of it. So you need to ensure your organizations are ready by adopting a consistent learning cadence. Okay, so in the next module, we'll be taking a look at the organizational level adoption. Now, this would be especially good for the top level management people. Okay. All right, so before we begin the next module here, let me just check out, all right, I've got another question here. I've covered the importance of language use in data literacy. Would you recommend a list of basic theme or term or word or jargon for the data dreamers and champions? Okay, now these are all metadata pertaining to your own organization. I cannot possibly sort of like give you a specific set of terminology that you can use throughout. There is no standard for that. Now, I'm just giving you a very good example here. Let's just a layman term. Your company, right? The finance department, you call it finance. Another company will call it accounts department. You understand me? So you see different terminology used, even though I'm not talking about data literacy here, I'm just talking about the terms you use. So obviously, in one organization, when you deal with your data, right, you need to communicate. I'll go deeper into the example. That's a very good question, actually. This person who's asking, even though I don't see your name, it's anonymous, but it's a very good question. I'll give you another example. If you're from the manufacturing side, okay, let's say you are the operation, the manufacturing manager, the plant manager. You have data, right, that you take care of all the plants across Malaysia or across your country. I know I've got people from UK, I've got people from Cambodia, you know. Thank you very much for joining, right, and continuing. So you are the plant manager. Now, your data, right, every different plant across a country, when you store the plant, right, in your data, you identify them with a number, a unique ID. Now, the column that you store in a table, you call it plant number. Okay, but to the salespeople or maybe to the I don't know, the finance people who want to calculate, okay, income or revenue churning out from each plant, right? Maybe the data is storing, right, okay, as maybe location ID. You see different terminologies, you're using different terminology. So if you are from the plant environment, right, when you look at the data shared by the finance people to you, because it needs you to verify, you'll be asking, hey, what is this location ID? I don't understand. You see that? But you have to study the data. When you look at the data, the IDs, this looks familiar. It looks like my plant number. Actually, it is. It is your plant number. It's just that the finance people call it location ID. You call it plant number. So this is the inconsistency of the terminology that you use. So when you turn out a report, you need to now think, in my report, shall I call it location ID or plant number? You see, this is what happens around the world in every organization, because every department will call your own language. You talk your own dialect. So when you try to do integration, when we do EAI, enterprise application integration, when you share data across, you have got this argument here right now. You don't know which is which. When you need to study, you drill deep into the data, then only you realize, hey, this looks familiar. It is like my plant number. It is your plant number. It's just that the finance people call it location ID. You understand me? This happened to me when I trained Power BI to a few organizations. When they share to me their data, okay, and I've gone through it and I say that, hey, you are using inconsistent terminology, inconsistent data naming, inconsistent naming convention. So naming is very important. So if you ask me, can I give you a suggestion what terms or what jargons to use and all that? You need to come up with a standard naming for that. You have to communicate across all. So when you do integration and when you ingest all data from different parties, when you come up with a standard consistent data model that every folks in your entire population of organization, one look at the name, right, you know what is it referring to. Even your tea lady knows and understand that. Even your CEO knows what is that. You understand me? So if you ask me for, is there a fixed formula to give you a suggested name and all that? I just quoted some examples, right? So maybe that can enlighten you a bit. Okay. All right. So hopefully that answers your question. All right. And please keep the question coming in. All right. So I'm going to begin my next particular topic. This should bring us all the way to lunchtime. This is on data literacy adoption. I'll be throwing some numbers and some graphics here. So this is a topic that talks about how to drive data literacy in the enterprise. Majority of this, okay, are more towards the top business management people, the top decision makers, people who have a way, okay, or people who have the power to decide and to drive the adoption. And you need to look at, okay, some numbers. I did research, in fact, okay, I did some last minute research overnight last night, okay, just to solidify my data here. I do not wish to present false information, and I have all these data, okay, into my material that I'm going to zip it up and then I'm going to give it to you guys. It's all in the PDFs. I obtained this from various sources. I am a Microsoft fan. I'm not talking Power BI here. I'm not talking Click and all that, but I got this data from various sources. I'm not going to name anything, right? It can be from Click, it can be from Microsoft, it can be from here and there, it can be from MIT, it can be from any universities. All right. This is very generic, non-biased data. They are all from surveys. Okay. All right. So let me just dive right into data literacy adoption. So digital world leaders, right, will emerge from the enterprises. They embrace and they extend analytics throughout their organizations. We're talking about the leaders here. But low data literacy is holding many teams back and stalling digital transformation. Remember, today everybody talk about digital transformation. Everybody talk about IR 4.0, Industrial Revolution 4.0. Do you know the essence of going into digital transformation and IR 4.0? You saw my 4-minute video just now. It's all about data literacy. This is the grassroots. All your population of your company, right, if they are not data literate, right, okay, this will affect very much the startup of your digital transformation. Now, in fact, right, okay, I am creating my own course on digital transformation. I am having some projects also with some companies, okay, on digital transformation. I'm aiding companies, okay, into driving excellence, okay, of digital transformation. I am in the midst of creating a course, okay, called something like establishing a digital transformation center of excellence. I'm creating a COE kind of a methodology, right? So because this is my passion right now, having 20 over years in the industry, I've been talking about technologies, I've been training about product, but it's high time for me, right, to work with every walks of life in the organization. Is to preach what I know with the arm with the weapons, the product, the technology. Now, digital transformation is all about not just technology. It's about molding technology plus people plus the processes. Not to mention money, okay? I will leave money out of it. There are only 3 major pillars. You can think of more, but it's people, processes, and of course, technology. Usually the 3 Ps, product, people, and processes. That's what transformation is all about. But data literacy, the DL here, you need to strive this first. You need to make sure this is in place before you can move into digital transformation. All right. So one that empowers, okay, all levels of workers to ask the right questions and data and machines, right? Build knowledge, make decisions, communicate meaning to others, right? So because you see, a lot of new researches have been conducted recently for the past how many years? Few years only. New research shows business leaders are actually struggling. Every organization, they're struggling to master data literacy themselves. And that's leading to widespread deficiency in data confidence. They're not confident. They are still not sure whether have they reached the goal. So without data literacy, leaders cannot thrive in today's analytics economy, nor can they drive any sort of cultural change or whatever digital transformation. Okay, so let's take a look at all these key findings that I've run through, okay, overnight here, right? So the methodology, we're looking at it here. Now, this research was conducted by Census-wide on behalf of Click. This was published on Click itself. The research actually surveyed 7,377 business decision makers from junior managers and above. The respondents were from across Europe, Asia, and the United States. So the research was carried out between August 2017 until February 2018. Okay, so this is actually somewhere around a year and a half. So Census-wide abides by and employs members of the Market Research Society, MRS, and which is based on the SOMAR principles. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So number one, you can see enterprise-wide data literacy is low. 24% of business decision makers, right, surveyed are fully confident in their ability to read, work with, analyze, and argue with data. Only 24%. Right, that means that there is a 76% who are not confident at all. This is only a minority, not even a quarter, close to a quarter. Number two, senior leaders do not display confidence. Only 32% of the C-suite means you get a C level, right, is viewed as data literate. Only 32%. They are potentially holding senior leaders back from encouraging their workforces to use data. Number three, future employees are under-prepared for data-driven workplaces. 21% of those people who are from 16 to 24-year-olds are data literate, suggesting the schools and universities are also failing to ensure students have the skills they need to enter the working world. If you seriously look at a lot of universities nowadays, right, okay, they are holding a lot of key programs. But I think it's high time, okay, that the universities itself, okay, must come up with a topic talking about data literacy. Way before the graduates, okay, would to join the workforce, okay, they must be literate themselves during the academic years. This is what the survey is quoting for, okay? Organizations are losing competitive advantage because better data literacy drives higher enterprise performance. Now, 85% of the data literate people say they are performing very well at work compared to the 54% of the wider workforce. These are 85% of data literate people. They agree, yes, I perform better if I am data literate. Then next one, data is key to professional credibility. 94% of the respondents, right, using data in their current role, they totally agree that data helps them to do their jobs better, and they also believe greater data literacy would give them more credibility, up to 82% in the workplace. And finally, right, there is an appetite to learn. 78% of business decision makers said they will be willing to invest more time and energy into improving their data skill sets around the world. You can see the growth of awareness that they need training. 78% of these key people, right? So that is the reason why, in fact, nowadays when we are confined at home, we are working at home. I'm not sure about UK and Cambodia and all that, but in Malaysia, we are still, okay, majority working from home. Now, this is actually ample. This is actually a very good opportunity for us to top up, and upskill yourself, right, to prepare. When the market reopens post-COVID, you will know there will be a drive because a lot of people, a lot of organizations are already started the engine. Their gear is already moving, right, already churning up into digital transformation. So, workers willing to invest more time and energy into improving. These are the statistics that I found around the world. These are all a few countries here. So data literacy as a career booster. The vast majority, right, 85% of data literate people say they're performing very well at work, compared with just over half of it, right? Now, most people using data in their current job role agree that data helps them do their job better, 94%. This was a summary of what I've shown you just now. So the desire to perform well at work means most workers are desperate to dive into data. So much so that over 3/4, more than 78% of respondents said they would be willing to invest more time and energy into improving that, as well as money, of course. So this represents a significant opportunity for businesses to lead with data. Now, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, right, for the past almost 2 years, a lot of companies restructured. A lot of people lost their job. I know that is a sad case, right? But when the market reopens, I believe many organizations are starting to churn out this. Now, what would be the remaining remnant workforce, okay, that will drive and steer the company, right, move them to the next few more years ahead? People who are data literate. I don't care whether you are the one who washes toilets, or you're the tea lady. You are also part and parcel of the data literate workforce. So these are the only ones which would be retained, would be highly competitive, right, in the upcoming digital world. So historically, all right, only a few executives in any business had wide access to data. Right, this one is talking about the enterprise company culture in terms of data usage. How many percent of these people have access to the data? Now, this model is evolving very fast. From the time I captured this, okay, the numbers might have switched already. So maintaining competitive advantage necessitates democratizing data so more employees have greater access across the business. Now, there are success stories here, but the research also identified vast inequalities. Now, for example, senior executives, right, more than 80% are more likely to agree than their junior and middle managers that they have access to all the data. Only senior executives, So now the only quarter, like 26%, okay, of all respondents said that everyone in their business is empowered and proficient in using data. Now, this is a sad case, only slightly over a quarter. That means more than or almost 3/4 of the workforce, right? They will admit that I don't have access to the data. So why do I need to use data? I don't need to be data literate because I never use data. I got no access to the data. So in fact, to drive into digital transformation, every single walks of your population in your company must have certain amount of access to data. You might not be the key super user, but you must have been granted access to a certain amount of data. But more than or almost 3/4 of the workforce would say, no, I don't have access to this, I don't have access to that. I was not given the permission, I was not given the rights. You see? So that actually hinders them from performing well and joining the group. All right. So that's where we talk about data inequality. Data empowerment in the enterprise varies across regions and countries. Now you can see the chart here, okay? Now I did not pluck this figure from the sky. I practically copied, okay, from a source. Sweden, surprisingly, has the highest percentage of organizations where everyone is empowered to use data. 33% only, The highest in the world is only 33%. While Japan, right, okay, trails, okay, at 13%. Surprisingly, Japan, right, okay, is the lowest. Right, there you go. These are all the countries. In fact, okay, Malaysia is not here, okay, but Singapore is actually in number 3, right? Tied with Spain, number 2. In 2 and 3 position, 30%, right? So I don't know what does this mean, okay? But you can see the highest in the world only attributes to 33%, okay? Where they are confident, they agree, they admitted, yeah, I've got access. I am empowered to make use of data. So what about other countries? That means, okay, their figures are way, way, way lower than Japan, lesser than 13%. This is really, really a sad, sad, sad story. So challenges for enterprise leaders. So there are many factors that would prevent data from being infused. I am listing out 5 of them. There are 5. Okay, I've got another slide, which will be 2. I will show the first 3. Right? So it's important for you to consider the following when you want to build a data-driven culture. You might be thinking, okay, after Gerald's training, right, okay, I'm going to go back to my organization. I'm going to say, okay, let's go ahead with data-driven culture. But in the first place, none of your population have access, equality to the data. So why? You cannot even start. You cannot even kickstart your data literacy. culture. You first of all need to ensure, okay, that all your people, right, okay, would have somewhat certain level of access to your data. So number one is to tackle the resistance from the work source. Tackling resistance is the number one key challenge. Organizations and cultures are built on tradition. Very much the population are held by tradition. Years and years of it. Change, right, typically sees resistance from, because some people are simply stuck in their ways, right? So they say, I'm reluctant to change. I got comfortable with it. I don't want to change. They just want to work the way they've been always working, and making decisions based on the gut feeling. I think, it's like gamble, They're doing things gambling. Something which is like 45% of survey respondents admitted to doing frequently, 45%, almost half, okay, they say, yeah, I use my gut feeling. I feel, when you read the chart, okay, I think. It's not, it is. When you read a chart, you say, I think it means this one. I think it means that. You always start your sentence with, I think. So that's gamble, all right? So this needs to raise an awareness whereby it's alarming. The numbers are alarming. So this group of people that is using their gut feeling, right, okay, you need to make sure that they are really, really confident. Number two challenge is finding a data champion. It is very, very hard, okay, for you to be able to find, okay, what is a data champion here in this case. So now resistance may also come from the top. That's why data champion have to have a seat at the table. They can help business executives better see the importance of data and offer the guidance. You cannot expect a CEO, okay, to talk in a town hall meeting, okay, with everybody. You say, I point to one by one, hey, you must do, you must do, you must do. You cannot. The CEO, the top executives, okay, go down to a handful of data champions. The data champions are representative of the people. They will start imparting to the masses. You see? So it's very hard for the top people there, okay, to talk to the masses, right? So that is why an important contribution, right, considering employees believe just 32% of the C-suite is data literate. Sometimes, right, the lower level employees, okay, is also not confident that their top management are data literate. They will be pointing fingers and say, you want me to be data literate? Come on, my top managers, my top brass is also not data literate. Get them to be data literate before you come to me. This is the resistance always. I don't need training. You train the upper one first, then only train me. I will be the last one. This is always the answer. Okay? So the roles of the CDO, Chief Data Officer, or the CAO, Chief Analytics Officer, if you have these kind of people in there, this carries weightage and can become critical pieces to ensure entire organizations become more data literate. Okay? And also number three there, okay, sorry, okay, I did not actually make this font white color. Opening new data sets and the role of governance. Now, enterprises are experiencing unprecedented levels of data production as well as consumption because data explodes every time. So employees are using new data sets every single day and to uncover new ideas and new analysis. So is governance even needed in this era? Do we still need to govern? Do we still need to control? Obviously, a lot of people say security, we need to control. You cannot simply assign, oh, okay, John Doe able to have this, all right, and then Jane Doe also will have that access. No, all right? You cannot have that. So absolutely, yes, we need governance. We cannot apply standardized permissions across. So when organizations promote the democratization of data, right, and self-service analytics, the leadership must be responsible for governing and ensuring answers and insight are properly disseminated. It must be accurate. You must always have a way to enforce policies in place. This is also one tough area, governance, right? So before I move on to the next two, I believe I got some questions here. Hang on. Okay, will a data champion or data dreamer who doesn't believe in the legitimacy of the data be called data doubter too? You are right. You cannot appoint these people as a champion or dreamer. The moment you don't believe in the legitimacy of the data or the accuracy of data, you might say, it is a bluff, this is not accurate. You are doubting. You cannot be a champion. You can even step to be a dreamer. You cannot appoint these kind of people to be the champion, right? And in order for him or her to move to become a dreamer, you must actually leave. You must step out from doubting the data. You must be sure. You must be able to embrace it. Then only you can step into the data dreamer. All right. And when you are being enforced with the proper permission, with the proper responsibilities and duties, then you become the champion. All right. So it's actually one level up the next. So answer to that question, yes. Right? Champions or dreamer who doesn't believe, right? The moment you say you don't believe, you are a doubter. Okay. The next question, data presentation required a clean data which has gone through data cleansing process before finding and result can be made. However, what if we found out that there is data discrepancies found in the result? In this situation, right, I'm not the data scientist and have limited access to the raw data. What tools can we use to strengthen my fact finding? Whoa, okay. Now, this is going to be a very, very interesting question. Now, the moment when you've got no access or maybe you've got limited access to the data, your findings will be hindered, will be affected. Even though, right, okay, from the way that you look at the data, right, you feel doubtful and you may have found some discrepancies or anomalies with the data. But how sure are you that that is an anomaly when you know you have limited access to it? But probably based on the restricted subset of the data that you have access, what churned out from there, you found that there is an anomaly. So what can you do? Right now, there are many tools out there to do data validation, but of course, data cleansing is much what we need. Today, data cleansing is not just the roles or the duty for the data scientist or the data engineer. Even, for example, I quote Microsoft, okay? I'm a Microsoft trainer. Microsoft is doing a lot of self-service user empowerment. Tools like Power BI, they've got an editor called Power Query. Power Query is used to perform all this data massaging, validation. You can use DAX or M language, okay, just to perform some data quality checking, data distribution checking. It's all built into the tool, all right? If you want me to quote other tools from out there, okay, well, maybe you've got some other third-party tools like DAX Studio or formatters, you know, you may be able to use that, all right? But like I said, working with a limited subset of data, right, it is quite tough for you, right, okay, to perform validation unless, right, you are the data champion and you've been granted a higher degree of access to it. And you must also be empowered to help the data scientists, right, to perform validation. But if you are only restricted, right, to be in charge of your own subset of data, you can only verify your own data. That's it, okay? So that's the only thing, okay, that you are able to dive into, okay? So I hope that I would have answered all these questions. Okay, and next, let's go into the next two more challenges here. Overcoming insecurity. This is challenge number 4 for the enterprise leaders. Nearly a quarter, which is roughly around 21%, which I read just now, from between the age of 16 to 24-year-olds, they have been surveyed. They rank themselves below average when it comes to data literacy confidence. This suggests, right, schools and universities are failing to ensure students are prepared with the skills they need to enter the workplace. Okay, although today's students have grown up in the digital world, in fact, universities have already evolved in their programs. They have already got data science, machine learning, AI. They are abreast with technology, right? But in terms of data governance, data literacy, and all these things, these are all on the soft skills level of it. I believe, since I'm in the professional training industry for so long, right, academically, I believe that universities should play an important role into molding new graduates out, right, which is already equipped with the understanding of data literacy. So the opportunity, right, okay, for businesses to merge digital confidence with data literacy as the students leave the school or university, right, and enter the workforce is really enormous. A lot of organizations nowadays, right, okay, they are really looking for, oh, if you're a fresh graduate, tell me, what kind of skills are you equipped with? Do you know data literacy? Are you able to dive right into this particular facet? If you can, if you are okay, you might get the job immediately, right? So most importantly, right, employers should not assume students are already data confident and proficient, even though you question they might be, but you still need to verify. You might still need to actually train them. All right. And lastly, the last challenge, breaking down organizational silos. All right. Enterprises do employ many talented and highly data literate employees. You may have. Now, they just traditionally have joined maybe IT or the business intelligence teams and often sit totally isolated from the high level business decision makers. And they don't really talk to the other business users. So they need to establish forums for these and other data leaders to answer questions, share their knowledge. You obviously don't expect these people, right, to always walk around every department, placing themselves in the community, okay, and start answering questions. So today in the digital age, right, you can create knowledge bases, forums, community pages, community sites, so that knowledge can be shared and knowledge can be also imparted. So this is how we can enhance all the business users and their employee skills at all levels. So these are the few challenges, all right? Now let me quote to you, right, okay, UOB, all right? Data champions inspire a data-driven culture. Now I obtained this, right, okay, from one particular study conducted by Click, Q-L-I-K, you guys sort of, Click is a competitor with Microsoft, of course, okay, on analytics. So this is actually from UOB Bank by this guy called David Tan. He is the head of Big Data Analytics Center. Now he says we have some incredible analytical brains within our organization, and they play an integral role in raising data literacy among all employees. As we adopt technologies such as AI and machine learning to enhance the way in which we serve our customers, we want communications to be open, so that everyone across the bank understands the data-driven possibilities. So remember, for those of you who are from different countries, maybe you haven't heard of this UOB bank here. Well, it stands for United Overseas Bank. This is a leading bank, one of the leading banks in Asia. It has a global network of more than 500 branches and offices in 19 countries and territories in APAC region, Europe and North America. So across its network, right, the bank actually employs more than 25,000 people. Right, so UOB is currently focused on providing the best possible customer experience, and it has built a team of leading data scientists and analytics experts. This is to help co-innovate and drive strategic projects for the organization. Now, internally, right, every 2 weeks, right, UOB runs an open learning sessions within their own bank, which are popular with employees. This is because participants can ask UOB data analytics experts any question. It's an internal training. So while fostering knowledge across departments, right, employees are learning how to adopt data analytics in the course. So at the same time, UOB can identify areas where the greater organization may benefit from any additional skills development. Right. So this is just one case study, okay, that UOB, right, okay, this head of big data analytics, he is able to stand out, okay, and he is really confident that they have already successfully employed and raised a very high level of data literacy among the bank, or within the bank, sorry, okay. Now, on the enterprise level, guys, this is where I'm going to present to you the 6-step data literacy adoption framework. Now, this is called the DLAF, okay. I obtained this adoption framework, right, okay, also from a very big player on the analytics world, right? Now, this is known as DLAF, or we call it as a DLAF, right? Data Literacy Adoption Framework, 6-step. So regardless of the size or focus of your business, you can develop your own data literacy program by following the steps illustrated here. I'm giving you this DLAF, right, okay, as a sample. Now, I'm going to discuss them, okay, in the order, right, so you can follow them when first establishing the program. So step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 here, right? So beginning with step number 1, planning and vision, okay? Then you have step 2, communication. Step 3, assessment. Step 4, cultural development. Step 5, prescriptive learning. Step 6, evaluate and reiterate, okay? Now, I'm going to talk about the first one, right? Now, planning and vision. Now, you can read all from here, okay, but let me just roughly explain. This is a starting point for an approach This is to outline and agree the vision for the organization, which is relative to place data literacy as the biggest importance right now. So this vision all come from the top. So a big part of this, right, is translating your vision into a strategic plan. You don't just dream, that vision. After that, oh, I sleep. You must put it into a plan, a strategic plan. This should also include what kind of goals and objectives you want to achieve, how it is being funded, and who the project lead will be. But of course, the project lead ideally must be at the executive level, all right, because executive level can drive them. Number two, the communication plan. Now, two core communications are required. The first communication should be to the whole organization. This is to outline, right, the why behind the data literacy. The moment you are telling your organization, say that, okay, we are going to embark on a data literacy program, there will be a lot of question marks from your workforce. They'll be asking why, so you need to be able to have all the answers to answer their why. So what is data literacy? Why it is important? So the second communication should be to all those participating in the pilot run of the data literacy program. You cannot roll out to the entire organization first. You choose, like I say, champions. These are the pilot. Affectionately, we call them guinea pigs. Okay, but let's not be so crude here. Okay, they're not guinea pigs. They will be the pioneer team, the champions, and you need them, right? Okay, to start giving, right, spreading the news, spreading the faith downwards. Okay, so this is actually where we need to highlight what will be happening and when and what they need to do. Now, number three is very important. This is an assessment program. Now, the individuals in the program will need to be assessed for their current level of comfort with the data literacy. Now, remember this. I actually found out that there is a website called www.thedataliteracyproject.org. Okay, we can visit this, right? They give us a free assessment. Where it's a free data literacy assessment. You answer all these set of questions. At the end of the assessment, they will tell you and place you in any one of the 4 data personas. Based on how you answer the assessments, right, they will identify that whether you are a data champion or whether you are a data dreamer or you're a data doubter or whatever. Okay, let me show you this. Hang on. Let me. Sorry. I need to open up my. Let me drag this over here. Okay. Okay, so www.thedataliteracyproject.org. .org/assessment. Okay. Now the data literacy project, right, okay, is actually by click. All right. So you see, put your data literacy to the test. So you can click start test. So you can see from here. So they've also developed by click the data literacy certification. They've got a professional certification by click, right? But here you would like to take a test. So click start a test. So you can see from here, there, number 1. I'll just give you an example, okay? I'll just go through this very quickly. How would you feel if you were confronted by this scenario, shown like this? A, it just looked like boring graphs. I'm completely at ease. I built these basic. I'm intrigued, but I wouldn't know where to start. I'm torn between excitement and dread. So let's say I answer, okay, B. I click next. Which of the following best describes your experience with data? Data isn't mission critical, so I don't rely on it. I use data occasionally when it's presented to me. I'm skilled with data and I'm often asked to share insights. I have access to all the data I could wish for. Okay, let's say I have got all the access. I click next. Question number 3, how often do you feel overwhelmed with data? Quite often, with all the requests that come in, wow, very overwhelming. I don't really let it bother me. It's just numbers and stats. Or monthly when the bill comes in. Or never is useful. Why would it be overwhelming? So maybe I'll say I don't really let it bother me. It's just numbers and stats. I'll just simply answer this for now. But you guys, you must really honestly answer that, okay? Do you agree that understanding data is as vital as reading or writing? Let's say I completely agree. It's crucial. Okay. Next. How important is the ability to tell stories? Say, why would need stories? Data is data. Maybe you don't believe it. I think it can be helpful, but I don't know how to. Okay, maybe I choose this one. I click next. I just want to run through it very quickly. Central tendency is utilized to measure a central or typical value in the data set. Some of these can be really, really alien jargons to you. Okay, do you feel comfortable utilizing it? What is central tendency? Okay, let's say I say, what is it? Next. Outliers can be used for, okay, what is an outlier again? Okay, maybe I don't know. How often does correlation mean causation? Wow, see all these technical jargons. Oh, there is an assumption that should never be made. I think sometimes need, I think quite often, but I need to learn more. Okay, next. Last two questions. What are feelings on data visualization? I built them, but I'm not good as I want to be. And the final question, do you agree that predictive analytics allows you to see into the future? I say yes, vital. Now I want to see my results. After answering all this, when I click on see your results, they will tell me I'm a data dreamer. See? And then you can see they can allow you to download the learning pathway and all that. So this learning pathway is all by click, right? It's all online learning, and you have to sign up online and all that. So don't bother for that. But it's just to make sure that you can use this tool, right, to place yourself in which category that you belong to. So they will tell you, this is something like doing a fortune telling game, So they tell your fortune, who or which category you belong to, right? So this actually can be a very interesting piece here, okay? So anyway, let's see whether I can I will post that onto the chat, onto the announcement. Hang on, let me just go back here first. Let me just copy that, and I'm going to post it as an announcement so that you guys can have it. I think this should be okay. All right. So I've posted that as an announcement there, and that is a link where you guys can try it out on your own. Okay, maybe you can do that later on. So in a real case environment, right, you have to perform this assessment greatly on your own. Honestly, you cannot simply answer it as if you are imagining. Then you might fall into the wrong category. Okay, so let's see how many of you get to become a data scientist or a data champion, or maybe worse come to worse, you are a data doubter, right? So that should be one of the tools. Quite interesting, I found out. Okay. And of course, step number 4 here, right, okay, is right after you have done the assessment program, cultural reinforcement, cultural development. Now, we don't want to change your organizational culture again, but instead you need to evolve it so that the language of data becomes second nature. Training everyone on what a culture of data literacy looks like within your organization and highlighting the benefits of working within a data literate environment is actually the key, most important element. Okay. Step number 5 is prescriptive learning. This entails developing the needs. You must identify all the individuals or groups of people based on their data personas. You must identify based on the personas, and you determine to put them through an intricate process or a roadmap of training and learning. Obviously, data scientist training will be their own scope. And you don't put the data dreamers, okay, onto the training same equivalent level as a data scientist. Data scientists, highly technical. Data dreamers, okay, will be lesser technical, okay? And finally, evaluate and reiterate. So you need to continuously assess whether the data literacy program is working or not. All right, you don't just do one pass and then you don't evaluate. You must spend time with your colleagues, and through email surveys or questionnaires or even short meetings, you need to summarize whether, number 1, more data is being used to present arguments and positions, or is there an increase in the use of data applications, or whether people are asking better questions, fueled by data, equipped with data, and making more informed decisions. So there is a lot of reiteration, and that is the reason why you saw just now earlier. It's a cycle, okay? It's a spiral. It keeps on iterating again and again. So it happens throughout the life cycle, okay? All right, and that will be the 4 data personas from the assessment step. You see, from the 4 personas, just now you saw this icon, right? You see data dreamer? So there are 3 more others. Just now you saw my profile. I just simply answer, I got data dreamer, right? But there is another one called data doubter. It looks like this. There you go. Data aristocrat and data knight. This was the two symbols they know. See, I put there, AKA, also known as the data scientist. Based on what we call just now data scientist, is actually branded as data aristocrat. This is the top of the line. Learn communication, leadership, and mentoring. You are the highest peak there. Okay. Data knight. This is AKA, also known as the data champion. You improve in data and statistics, leadership, and also telling the story with data. You must be the one who impart, right? And then, of course, data dreamer and doubter is still the same. So data dreamers start to learn the ins and outs of data. What is data? How to question data, right? And asking good questions, right? And also you must be able to really hone in on helping the data doubter understand the importance of data and also get them involved in data projects. So these are the few personas. Remember the data aristocrat, if you are able to get all the 10 questions when you answer into the fact that you get awarded as a data aristocrat, means you are a data scientist. Majority of the time, okay, you will be an IT person. Okay, you are already playing the role of being part of the big data department, or your AI, or your machine learning, or your analytics department. Okay, data knight will be, like I say, also known as the data champion. Okay, so in fact, right? Okay, someone says you're a data knight. Oh, that's good. Okay, you're the data champion. Okay, that's ultimately very nice. Okay, so if when you go do your assessments, right? Okay, you should be roughly able to work out, okay, what kind of personas that you play in your organization. Okay, now you see, I am practically early. All right, I'm supposed to break for lunch, okay, at 12:30, okay, but I am 1 hour earlier. See, supposed to be lunchtime, 12:30 p.m. Okay, I ran out of slides already. Okay, but anyway, I want to introduce you guys, okay, to one particular website that is quite fun. Let me see whether I can get this out. Okay, this is called databasics.io. I'm not so sure how many of you guys have been in here. Okay, the URL is databasics.io. That's it. There you go. Databasic, singular, no S. Databasic.io. That's it. All right. Now I'm just going to introduce you to what is this. Data Basic, right, is a suite of easy to use web tools for beginners that introduce concepts of working with data. This is to enforce, right, okay, your notion and understanding of playing with the data, getting habitual and comfortable with data. There are simple tools that make it easy to work with data in fun ways, so you can learn how to find great stories to tell. Now remember this, I'm not mocking you guys, right? Let me tell you this. This is something like treating everyone here, right, like a kindergarten or preschooler. Okay, this particular tool, right, okay, there are 4. Word counter, the WTF CSV, okay, you know what WTF stands for, I'm not going to say it out. Okay, same diff and connect the dots. Okay, word counter analyzes your text and tells you the most common words and phrases. The WTF CSV tells you WTF is going on with your CSV file. Okay, what the F is going on with your CSV file. Same diff compares 2 or more text files and tells you how different or how similar 2 text files are. Connect the dots shows you how your data is connected or related by analyzing as a mind graph, right? Like a mind mapping. Now, this is a very nice tool, okay? Because what this databasic.io, right, is supposed to be my utility that I'm going to use, right, in a physical class. Now, I intend, okay, that when post-COVID-19, when everything turns back to normal, when we are going to have physical classrooms, right, okay, we might be able to have some of these practical fun games and all that, okay, just to get you guys, okay, work in pairs, work in groups, right, okay, to involve in building a data culture. So you can find out all here. Okay? So there is actually this data culture project, the 2 masterminds behind the data culture project. All right, so you can watch that as well, and why using them, you know, and about databasics, databasic.io. As you can see, they are all working, right, okay, together, right? It's actually quite fun. Okay, I am not going to actually show you much here, probably, let me just see, I've got one question there. Push your managers to give you time needed for data skill building. Okay, you say push your managers. Which one are you referring to? You're referring to the data assessment or what? Because I'm not so sure which website you're referring to or which particular, you know, the things that you're going to. Are you going through the assessment just now based on your data night and all that? Are you the person who you are the data night? You are trying to read the description from the being the data night, right? It says push your managers to give you time needed for data skill building. Is that what you're talking about? Because I do not know what's the elaboration from the data night. So it would be, I would appreciate it if you can tell me that text, that description about push your managers to give you time needed for data skill building. Which part of the, are you referring to this databasic.io or you're referring to the assessment? Right, because I'm talking about the databasic.io here. Right, now in the meantime, before you clarify that, let me just show you word counter. This is one of a very cool tool here. If I click on word counter here, right, you can see that they are giving us a tool. You see, it says the tool helps you count words like bigrams and trigrams, plain text, so you can use a sample text or you can paste some text here. If you've got huge amounts of text, you can paste it here, or you can upload a file or a link. Now I can use a sample text, let's say maybe like, for example, some lyrics from some singers, so let's say maybe it's Lady Gaga's lyrics. I choose Lady Gaga's lyrics. I'll ignore the cases and ignore stop words. I just click count. I'm not sure which song is it from, okay, that you can see. There you go. So they were scraped from the lyrics123.net. Okay, so these are lyrics from many of Lady Gaga's songs. So they built a word cloud from here. And you can see that oh and love, these are the two most frequently used words, you see. 400 word occurrences out of 32,000 words, you see. So the larger the word in the word cloud, you can see the higher the occurrences, right? So while you're learning this, you see, sometimes when you are thrown a big bunch of text and you would like to know the frequency of the word, and these frequency of words can tell you, right, the rough popularity of the data. And these helps you, right, piece up together, right, okay, what's the more common words you can use in order for you to start learning how to build a data storytelling. Because you need to know what are the words commonly used, okay, they might be oftenly addressed, and these might be possible candidates, right, okay, that you can use as a consistent term, right? So they're trying to build this habitual thing. Remember, this databasic.io, you can see very colorful like this, right? They are using kindergarten. They treat you like a small kid, 5 to 6 year old. You're still playing with alphabet blocks, flashcards, but you're trying to learn to become a data or getting used to data, getting familiar, okay, living with data, right? So that's called word counter, and it can show you all that. See the word. So if you're not sure how to look at the word cloud, then they will break it down into words like this. They'll show as statistics. So what do I do next? They will tell you. They will guide you. Okay, examining text data in a quantitative way can help you find stories to tell in your data. See, so this is actually asking you, right, okay, to try your best, to try to read the frequency of the word love, 400 over. All right, and then next one here, okay, you got oh, and then I'm, and then baby, So when you look at this, right, you can see based on the bigram means the frequency of two words working together. It's like oh, or you want, or in this case, trigram. Tri means three. So oh, there's 141 times usage. Or can't read mine, this is 90 times. See, there you go. I'm sure you know this poker face. Okay, that's Lady Gaga's song, right? So that is why this is actually helping you, right, to look at common words in a big bunch of description, molding your head, right, looking at the text and trying to formulate sentences and to create stories out from it. Okay. All right. So, okay, I've got an answer. Yes, from the assessment. Okay. Now, since you got the data night, right, and I believe, okay, I was suspecting that when you got the data night, there is a description that says, push your managers to give you time needed for data skill building. Now remember, data knight means you're a data champion, right? When you're a data champion, you have got a very high responsibility and duty to impart and start going down to your data dreamers and also to convince your data doubters. So that means, okay, you yourself must be given enough time to build up your own skill, and especially mentoring skills and leadership skills, because a data champion, in this case, data knight, will be also a leader, right? Your people leader. Remember, you are a people leader. You're not the organizational leader, not the top executives, but you must be given time. Get your managers to give you enough time, right? Enough training to build up your leadership skills as well as your mentoring skills, right? That is why they ask you to recommend you. They're not asking you, they're recommending you, right, to push your managers. Now you might be thinking, hey, data knights or data champions, shouldn't I be already a manager level? Let me tell you one thing, the most frequently misunderstood thing. Do not think that data champions are all managerial level, right? It has nothing to do with your job title. It can be from any ranks in your organizational hierarchy. You being a data champion, right? Okay, you might just be an administrative assistant. Who knows? Just because you play around with so much data, you've been granted access. So you might not be on the managerial level. You're just maybe officer level, the administrative level. But then your data persona, you are a data champion. So please do not confuse yourself, okay, that these personas are directly mapped to your job title, the position or the ranking in your organization. It does not. It has nothing to do with that. Okay, you can even be a tea lady because you deal with so much data. I don't know what kind of data they deal with. Okay, maybe the tea type or the milk and sugar and all that. You might also be a data champion. All right. So I'm just trying to tell you in a fun way, in a sarcastic and funny way, jokishly way, that by all means, in no particular order of your ranking or your position in the company, you must be a data dreamer only. You cannot move up to being a data champion. No, you can be any, right? So if you are a a data champion, and you have a manager, you say that, hey, manager, you see, my qualification, my persona, I'm playing the role of a data champion. You must now empower me more. You must give me time to develop my leadership and mentorship skills. This is what they're trying to suggest you. Okay, so that's what they mean there. Okay, so the databasic.io here, well, it's up to you guys again to try to use this, and remember that this will be some of the playful stuffs again, activities that we can use also in one of the full-fledged training that I may have in the future, because this one needs you guys to work in a group. All right, if you happen to read more about their data culture project, the project will practically, this data culture project, right, it's supposedly to adopt the top executives, the leadership level, as well as the trainers or the mentors like me. If I am in charge, okay, or if I wish to build a proper data culture or data literacy program, and I'm trying to teach this to any organizations, I actually joined the data culture project, right, in which, right, okay, I will be given some tools as well as guidance, right, okay, on what to do and what should be the proper starting step as well as future steps in order for us to embody and envision and make sure that it is properly relegated throughout or delegated, sorry, not relegated, delegated throughout all the rest of the population in the organization. Okay, so this is actually quite a nice particular website that I found. Right. Okay, so now, any questions so far? I believe that I've answered most of the questions here. Now, I know that it might be a bit too early for lunch here, so I will need to fix my lunch time later. So instead, I think we can go for lunch maybe half an hour earlier. Maybe I'll set lunch at 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. instead of 12:30 to 1:30. So at least we can maybe finish a bit earlier today. So I will go for lunch at 12 p.m. So I've got around 20 more minutes time, right, from 12 until 12 p.m. So I'm going to step into the next topic. All right, I'm not going to waste time here. So this is module number 3, why analytics. So this module, right, okay, will briefly introduce you to the world of analytics and why it is important to you and your career. Now, as a result of this learning experience, right, you will walk away with an understanding, only understanding, yeah, of what analytics is, why it is important in the world today, and how it can be applied in real world situations. Remember, when I talk about analytics, right, a lot of people will start be thinking, hey, are you going to teach us Power BI? Or are you going to teach us ClickSense or ClickView? Are you going to teach us SES? No. Again, this is soft skills, remember? I have Power BI trainings and all that on my own. I do have other courses on that. This is only to give you the idea. I am practically assuming that the crowd that I'm having here, okay, majority of you guys are maybe a newcomer, you are from different levels in your organization, you're trying to get an understanding before deciding which position you would want to fit. Or is it okay? Are you guys ready? Or are you looking really into a full analytics training? So my company, German Consulting, we do provide, okay, full analytics training, right? As well as, of course, okay, please do follow us in our LinkedIn, as well as you can follow me in my LinkedIn as well, and also subscribe to our channel. We will be producing quite a lot of videos, slowly. We are churning out, okay, in time, certain information, bits and pieces here and there, right? So you guys will get more information from there. But let's take a look at why analytics first. So remember, I put here analytics, right, being more than just reporting. Okay. So the first thing here that you show here, who should take analytics courses? So let's discuss who should be taking analytical courses. Let's talk about everyone. Everyone should be taking analytical courses. Data is all around us in the world today and is produced and stored at almost unimaginable rates. So if you think that you feel that you want to learn how to massage the data, how to visualize, how to present correctly the data, you are always messing with data, but you are always being scolded or being commented or negatively thrown to you that your skills in analytics is not really that good. You, okay, should actually look into taking an analytics course, right? No matter what kind of tools, as long as it will sharpen your analytical skills. So as such, right, the need to be able to assess, analyze, and draw conclusions, right? These 3 needs are growing day by day. I can tell you, I started training Power BI, right, okay, in the year 2015, 2016, the infancy when they're still beta, okay? I was one of the first trainers in Asia Pacific to go into Power BI. Those were the days when people are, wow, what is that? People are peeking. Oh, really? Oh, is it cool? Wow, yeah. They are just testing the water. They're just merely having a sneak peek preview. It's just like you walk into a supermarket, right? People say, hey, try, So you're doing food testing, but after you test the food, then the sales or shopkeeper asks you, would you want to buy? Or the promoter asks you, would you want to buy? You say, no, thank you. You just tasted the food. You know it's good, but no, thank you. I will think about it. Those were the days. But do you know what? After so many years, I saw the product maturing day by day, day in, day out, month by month, year by year. And so would be the crowd. During my initial years, okay, when my attendees for Power BI courses, okay, they are really fresh meat for grinders. I'm the grinder, I'm grinding the fresh meat. But today, I get really experienced users into my Power BI classes. They are so good, some of them. Some of them came well prepared. They throw me questions which are really brilliant questions. They are learning. They are really on par already, okay? They are on the way, okay, in their digital transformation program or their data literacy program in their organizations. I'm not going to name any of the organizations here, but I'm working closely with a few organizations. They are really, really immense, right? They are having these programs with them. So that means the crowd is maturing as well as on par with the product being maturing as well. So each of the courses, right, it plays a part with the analytical framework. Even I create Power BI courses. I need to adapt. I need to update myself, right, okay, my courses with the crowd. I cannot be using the same topic of Power BI right 5 years ago and teach it today because it might be outdated. Especially today, everything is about the cloud. Cloud is ever changing. Everything is changing. I cannot be talking 5 years ago stuff again, and people will be laughing at me. People will be complaining about me, right? So there is an analytical framework being adopted by a lot of organizations, and trainings are designed to help those along the pathways. So the analytical courses are designed, right, to help develop the beginner level, the intermediate level, and also advanced. So there are all three different skill sets here. So it doesn't matter where you are. Don't be shy. You can say, oh, I'm shy, I'm just beginner. So I don't laugh at you. It's better beginning. If you're a beginner, at least, right, okay, you begin. Better than those data doubters. You say, I don't need training, I am already very good, So they are always put into the skeptic. These are all the skeptics, right? So I'm not forcing you guys to take up training and all that. I'm not pushing training here. I'm just stressing the importance here. It's up to you guys. It's up to your organization, right? On whether you're going to embrace this or you're just going to let the wave crash on you. That's it. Okay. Because the tsunami, right, okay, is here. Data tsunami is here. Whether you're going to survive, you're going to drown in the data, or are you able to swim? That's actually the part here. So what is the definition of analytics? The first thing to do is to define analytics, of course. We could get into a long, complicated definition of what analytics means. You can do a Google, okay, and what is the definition? Wikipedia or whatever, they will give you a lot of definition. It can be a mouthful. But in short, analytics means just using data and information to make informed decisions. So what campaign is more effective? You see, these kind of questions, see? Where should I be focusing our budget this year? Do changes we have made to the website help drive more conversions of our product? You see, these are just a few sample questions that I can think of that proper analytics can help provide answers for. Remember, just now when I talk about the earlier slides, let me show the earlier slides, the intro slides here. Analytics being more than just reporting. A lot of people thought analytics and reporting is the same thing. No, it's more than just reporting. Okay, I'll tell you soon later on. Okay, you see the differences. What do you mean by analytics? Analytics help you answer these questions. Sometimes these questions, okay, are not depicted directly on a report because you need to drill into it, right? So reporting is just to show you the facts, but within the facts, you must dig deeper. We've got deep learning, right? We've got a way to churn out results, right? So that is why analytics. So analytics is not reporting, see? I'll show here. Reporting versus analytics. See, reporting gives data, analytics gives answers. So one key question to ask with analytics is the why, because reporting let me rephrase. Reports cannot answer why. They can only tell you that's the fact. So when you receive a report with numbers, right? Let's say a monthly snapshot of a sales versus forecast. Asking why something went up or down can drive analytics. We can also discuss here what analytics is not. Analytics is not reporting, like I said. Reporting is like the example here. A dashboard of numbers, okay? It's just a dashboard of numbers, show you only vast numbers. So that's why report gives you data only, but analytics, right, gives you answers. It can give you the why behind the data, okay? So now you understand the analytics, right? Let's take a look at some examples. This topic, right, I just give examples only. So this first example will be as if you are the director. Let's say you're the director of a web content at your company, okay? In this example, the big decision is coming down. I want you guys to imagine, yeah? This is the only small bits of activity that we have here. You will be the director of the web content. You need to now decide whether to change the company's website or not. So you are now debating a change in the company's website, thinking a change may drive more clicks and more volume. So you, as the director and owner of the web content, right, want to know if you should make this switch. So you try to decide here. So how should you make this decision? There are, of course, many different ways, of course, right? But we are going to focus on maybe, let's say, two methods. Number one, there's scenario number one. Okay, I will describe it as it looks pretty, so let's go for it. There, it looks pretty, it looks good, let's go for it. This one method. And the other one method will be, here is some evidence. Let's use analytics, show it's effective. I want to see some evidence first, shows that it could be effective to make the switch. So then only go for it. So as a web director, right, the web content owner, you always have your eye on your website. So you must decide which scenario. Now, let's say you have been noticing a downward trend in the site usage. Hence the project you are contemplating. Because all this while, you know that, oh, there's a downward trend. I don't know what's going on here. So I need to find out, right? So that's why now maybe let's say you choose scenario number one. Okay, your team has come up with a proposed new site. Let's say your team, the web developer, right, created a new site. It's a new proposal. You ask them what has been done. And the team tells you they have created a new website with some new changes in certain areas. And they think you are really going to like it. Now the team will walk you through the new site and you think it looks great. And you say to yourself, changing the website to this new look just might be the fresh look. Maybe can kickstart my web traffic. Let's go for it. Then after launching the site, you actually see even a decrease in traffic and can still not figure out why. Over the time, the drop continues, but you are perplexed also. No? So what is causing it? What actually happened? Why are we seeing this continuing decline? Again, here's the question, why, you see? You always ask why. The report is showing the decline, but you want to get to know why, you see? This is a report. Report only show you going down, but they don't tell you why. That's why report only show you the facts, only show the number, but the report directly don't show you why, don't tell you why. So that is why here, let's first take a look at the second manner. Let's see, just now we choose scenario one, cannot, still going down. Now, the second manner of launching the new web content, right? I want to see whether it helps drive the point home or not. Now, your team now approach with the second one, to build a new look and feel for the website, but they're now focusing on the areas they feel maybe outdated and maybe stale data and all that. So the team informs you they want to do some analytics, they want to find out, and they also need to do testing on the beta site, looking to see whether customers will like the new site, right? And hopefully to gather some feedback also from the customers. So the team lets you know they plan to have the new web interface, shown to random customers over the next week. So they intend to roll to only some random pick sample customers. And they're looking to gather enough data and feedback. Now you agree to the team to launch the beta version, and given the amount of traffic the site normally gets, you can now predict, right? Maybe a week will be enough to gather data and feedback. Right? So the following week, you have a meeting with the team and they walk you through the data. Right? So you find that those who were given the new pages and site to visit, they are actually quite disappointed and displeased with the new site. In fact, sales and traffic on the new site were drastically lower when compared to even the normal site. So users don't think the new site was user-friendly and provided feedback. So now you got a lot of feedback. So through the usage and feedback, you and the team find 3 key areas that need to be focused on. And you set a goal to have these placed within a month. These areas. So the team is able to put the new changes in place, like beta test, user acceptance, all these things, right? So they will come up with a new beta testing. So the new launch, right, comes back with resounding applause. Wow, everybody clap. Ooh, yes. So when the data is analyzed and compared with the old site, you find drastic improvement. You take this information, present it to many interested parties, and the company launches the new website. This second method shows that data and analytics can help drive the effective decision making, not by making a guess only. Hey, why, So they allow you and the team to even, able to flourish without always a crash and burn, maybe try and error, always do try and error. So comparing the scenarios here, right, it is pretty easier to see the differences here. Why is it that one will be successful? See? So Why is that? So in the first example, you thought the site looked great. See, scenario number one. But in the end, right, the change had negative consequences. And actually, it drove people away. But in the second scenario, you were successful because of more analytical approach. You randomly tested the new site out. You received data. You analyze the data, the results. And then you, based on the data outcome, okay, you put and you roll out changes step by step. And then you launch again. That's when you get a success. So although this example might not be exactly what you do, okay, I know there are a lot of people here, but maybe you have encountered similar scenarios within your career, right? So I want you guys just maybe take a few minutes and think about times when your career, right, in your job, data and analytics pop up in your mind and would have helped you to be more certain, more confident, rather than gut feeling and guesses and gamble, all right? So this is something that you guys need to understand, right? And of course, towards the last one, okay, other examples. So I've got all these examples here. Other examples of analytics include the following. So I quoted this, okay, picked up this from a few sources. Maybe testing out a new drug, especially now in COVID-19 situation. Testing out a new drug's effectiveness, like vaccine against a placebo or whatever, or maybe the likelihood of a drug's effectiveness or possible side effects in certain medical cases. Can you imagine when these companies are Pfizer, Sinovac or whatever, they develop vaccines. They simply develop and then just, without testing, without gathering analytics, they just simply go and, jab the population, and then a big bunch of people died, even worse than COVID-19. They cannot. They must be based on analytical data, based on the findings, correct or not? So it must be structural. You cannot base on gut feeling. Oh, I think this vaccine will do. Okay, and you jab and you die. You cannot do that, right? So no gut feeling here. Next one, maybe sports. Let's say baseball, let's say. Batting average on base percentage. I'm not so sure how many of you guys are familiar with baseball or that. This one, I got it from maybe the MBL, the Major League, the MLB, sorry, Major League Baseball from US. So I don't think so. I need to say more, okay? Maybe school, education, helping assess students in school and analyze the overall efficacy of educational programs. Okay, or maybe in the casinos, odds for winning the lottery, which we know I should not say that, right? But maybe who knows? Okay, the odds in Las Vegas. Okay, you bet the casinos know how to use analytics. All casinos use analytics, right? So they know how to place the odds. So they want to be champion more than the people, right? And then maybe in marketing, what product or campaign should we send to a specific customer? You have to derive that. Or would they like dinner at an Italian restaurant or Thai food, So maybe you want to predict the weather patterns as well. And maybe governmental, you want to understand the true impact of a new government policy that's been put into place. So all these above examples, right, involve analytics. And some of these cases, right, it could be a life or death decision, for example, medical, right? So data and analytics, right, surround us. The goal is really to help you become more data and analytically savvy, okay? So this is roughly what data analytics would be all about. Okay, so I will leave, we only have got one more module only, that is actually data storytelling. That will be our last module, that should be after lunch. So it's going to be 12 right now. So we are going to be back at 1 p.m. And I think we can end this prematurely. But of course, I'm going to open up for Q&A once I finish up the modules. Of course, maybe half an hour more, okay, for Q&A session. And possibly if I'm also going to show you or share to you the link where you guys are going to download the zip file containing my materials, including my PowerPoint slides here. Okay. All right. So in the meantime, let me just check on the Q&A. I believe not too bad. All right. So I believe this is 12 p.m. Malaysia time. Those of you in UK, right? I know that it's still very early. Okay, I know you guys are tired. Okay, back in UK, I think only 5 a.m. wee hours of the morning. All right. So those of you who are from different time zones, you know, Indonesia, Thailand, Cambodia, Vietnam, right? You guys are an hour behind us. People from India, you are 2.5 hours behind us. Okay, I believe it's only 10:30. Oh, sorry, maybe pardon me, maybe 10:30 or 10 o'clock, right? So, sorry, or maybe yeah, somewhere around that 10:30 or 10 o'clock. So people in Australia, you guys are ahead of us, especially in Eastern Australia. So it's already 2 p.m. for you. So you guys might have already had your lunch. So it's going to be a 1 hour break, guys. So those of you who are having lunch, right, do enjoy your lunch. I expect and I hope to see you guys to be back here for our last module on what is data storytelling. Okay. So in the meantime, I can still also take up some questions here as well. So there is a question, what if no ample time was given by superiors to do analytics? Okay, this has nothing to do with this already. This is, I think, a matter of discipline. All right. So if you are saying that you do not have enough time given by superiors to do analytics, there can be only two possibilities here. Either your superior is actually having really high hopes and high expectation from you, and maybe he or she thought that you are really maybe a data champion, you are really experienced and knowledgeable in that. Maybe you can do that in a fraction of the time that you are expected to do, or you can do. Or in this case, maybe there's a breakdown in communication. Maybe you have to really communicate with your superior that, hey, look, I'm not actually equipped with this and this. You need communication. You cannot just be, you know, handed with something and you're not going to talk. You're shy. You don't dare. You know, you're afraid. This will be a downfall of any projects. Communication is number one. Okay, so these are all part of the data literacy framework. And there are a lot of human disciplines involved in there. So if we talk about within a facet, if I were to roll out my DLAF, my data literacy adoption framework, part and parcel of the framework number one is the human communication. Not just the data communication, but in terms of human communication on what are the do's and don'ts. So it is important that everybody in the organization do the assessment. Everyone must go through the assessment at least to find out which personas or the personality that you belong to. In this case, your bosses, your superior must also know, and he or she must also be done to do the assessment as well. Okay, so that's actually the very first step. Okay, so if you are complaining that, oh no, my boss does not or did not give me enough time to accomplish my analytics or report, well, this is a serious cause of miscommunication, or maybe not miscommunication, or maybe lack of communication, no communication at all. So your boss doesn't know about you, you don't know about your boss, and you're just hiding behind the miserable experience. So please convey that. Okay, in a data literacy culture, right, okay, everyone must be open. You cannot be restricted by boundaries of authority. I'm scared of my boss because he or she is higher ranking than me. But within data literacy environment, communication is number one. Okay. So this is actually how I would practically impart in terms of adoption. Now, before I venture into our very last topic for the day, let me just do a recap of what we have done in our first half of the day. So we started with the first module on what is data literacy. Okay, and we answered through a lot of definitions on what is data literacy. So it's all about the ability to be able to read and write data, make meaning out of it, able to make full use of the data, as well as understanding, okay, the results, and also argue about the data. Okay, so this goes from the top level all the way down. You also understood, okay, about the different personas that everyone should play. Okay, and of course, there is an assessment tool which I've shared with you guys on how you can answer 10 questions and be very honest on that so that you can discover which data personality that you fall into. So that should equally position yourself into your data literacy exercise. Now, I'm not really sure how many of the organizations that is part of this webinar today will slowly or maybe decided to embark on this journey. Okay, but my advice is start early. All right, there's no time to lose, especially those of you who are also knowing that your organization is preparing to go into a digital transformation exercise or a project, business transformation, industrial revolution 4.0, IR 4.0, whatsoever. Now, all these will not happen if the people in the organization is not ready. Okay, at least they must be data literate. Okay, so everyone knows how to read and write, definitely. Okay, but would it be everybody prepared, okay, to make use of data? Now, of course, I know this don't come easy because, like I said, every organization will have your own culture. To establish and to build a new data literacy culture is not to totally replace or transform your current organizational culture. It won't happen, and it cannot happen overnight, right? Just like the saying, okay, Rome was not built overnight. Okay, but like I said, it has to start somewhere. You have to start somewhere, right? So you need uh, the discipline, okay, and the communication, as well as the understanding among all walks of life, from the highest, most top management, the leadership, down to the people leaders, the middle managerial tier, all the way down to the officers, the executives. So no matter what position you play, no matter what kind of job title, your role that you play in your organization, but the data personas will qualify you to position yourself somewhere in the hierarchy of a data literacy culture. Okay, a data literacy culture merely enhances or evolve your current culture. Right? Like I said, it will take time. There are companies who have taken years to build that. Like, for example, I quoted UOB. I believe they have taken roughly around 5 to 6 years, right? Okay, very painful, blood and sweat, okay, all the way, and to slowly adopt and change people's mindset, right? Human beings' mindset is the toughest of all. People are reluctant to change, people are reluctant to take up responsibility. The communication, it's really essential. Okay, so what is there in terms for me to propose, right? Okay, it's either you need to make up some time, okay, and of course somebody in the organization who are actively playing a part, but you need the audience, okay, you need other people to be in the team, right, okay, to work together. If I painfully create something out of it, right, and then I pass it to you, my dear colleague, but it fell on deaf ears. You don't make use of it, you don't bother, you don't take heed of it, so that is where the roadblock is. That is when your project failed. Now, whether you are already embarking on data literacy program or maybe you just want to kickstart, this has to change. Okay, it all involves changing mindsets, changing habits, right? Changing the adoption. It's all about adoption. And I've given you statistics around the world. It's not just in our country. It's not just in Thailand, Cambodia, Vietnam, Indonesia, Singapore, Australia, UK, anywhere, you name it. In fact, the highest adoption, okay, the data literate country, right, is Sweden, and it's only 33%. My God, that is really a very, very miserable figure. So it's still a long way to go, all right? But like I said, it has to start somewhere. That's my point of it, okay? And of course, people with background in analytics, people without background in analytics. So what's your mission? Where do you want to position yourself? Are you going to just play cold, just sit there? I'm just satisfied with my Excel. I don't care about charts. I don't care about anything. Just don't give me anything. So doubters, you will forever be a doubter. Okay. So, but if your organization finally rolls out, let's say you are the CEO, you are the leader of the company. If you have that vision, if you have that mindset, if you believe it, you can create an impact. It's all starting from the top tier. If you can make it happen, right? Who can make it happen? It's you as the leader. Okay, and you need to really put into care a position, okay, an adoption program, a framework. You need to establish a program, a framework that is something like what we are always talking about, SOP, standard operating procedure. So all these things come from a framework. So people must be put into place together with the process as well as technology, the product. Okay, so that's what I need to impart for now. And of course, analytics, again, analytics, it's also a big area. What I have imparted to you, right, okay, based on the slide that you see here, that's my last slide, only talk about awareness. But if you want to know about the implementation of analytics, you want to learn about the tools, right? Like, for example, Power BI, even your Excel, you still want to stick with your pivot table, pivot charts in Excel, no problem. In fact, Excel and Power BI, right, they have a close jive. They have a way to integrate. There is a way for us to now process data from Excel, right, and churn up Power BI and vice versa. Okay, so if you're an avid Excel user, right, and you want to continue down the journey, but still Excel is a good platform. That is where every workforce, every employee or staff in an organization get to know data because of Excel. If you don't use Excel, then under what circumstances you make use of data? Maybe you're the admin staff still working with a steel cabinet, opening up a drawer and files of people. Those are data as well. Okay, so no matter what, anyone, every one of us, okay, will definitely have a touch at least on a single piece of data. But where do you position that? How do you consume that? Does it make meaning to you? Is it meaningful to you? Or you say, no, I don't use the data. I'm just the transport. I take the data, I pass it to someone. I'm the middleman. Well, if you have that kind of belief, you are still under the persona of a doubter. You thought that you are not making use of data. You're just the carrier, you're the transport. But you're wrong. Because you need to know this transport to where? Who is the consumer? You must know the data goes to the correct place. So ultimately, you are also the first layer of a data consumer. You consume the data before you churn it over. It's part of the process. Okay. So if I give talks like this, okay, among adoption of early adopters of data literacy, I know there are a lot of different parties that I need to talk to. If I talk to the CEO or the managing director or whoever, right, okay, it's a different story. Okay, I need to actually come up with a clear plan, teaching them right, okay, how to establish a framework, how to talk to the correct team of people. You must know how to preempt, select the necessary, the good candidate to make up the main data, the data literacy team, the project. Okay. But if I talk to, let's say, the data champions, okay, so the data champions, okay, I've got a different way of talking. How do you gonna, impart? How are you going to broadcast and permit your capabilities, your knowledge, your mentorship abilities to the rest of your team, right? So it's layer by layer kind of thing, right? So when I establish this kind of awareness of data literacy, but I'm still in the process of going down, okay, to even more deeper, okay, it's like a deep dive program, okay, on establishing data literacy adoption framework. My next level of training, okay, it's called the DLAF. That's really where I want to dive into. How do we now, after I'm aware now, I have the knowledge of, I know what is data literacy now. So how do I start? You start by looking at the DLAF, the data literacy adoption framework. Do I make use of other people's framework or can I create my own framework? Yes, you can create a framework, right? But using the baseline, the building blocks of other people's framework, and you establish your own, cater specially to your organization. Different organization, different breadth, different depth, you see, different level, different tiers, different parties in there. So every company should have your own DLAF, right? And then apart from the adoption, after you establish a DLAF, you're going to have a DLIF. DLAF is Data Literacy Adoption Framework. When you got a solid adoption framework, then you got DLIF, Data Literacy Initiation Framework. You see, in my training here, okay, this awareness, okay, I only talk about DLAF, but not DLIF. Only after you establish your DLAF, your adoption framework, then your initiation framework. The initiation framework is the real implementation framework. That is when from the envisioning stage, you bring it into implementation, the real exercise. You don't just say point, okay, John Doe, you are the one. Okay, Muhammad Kamal, you are the one. Okay, Kumar, you're the one. You don't point fingers to them. You really give them something. You really make them work. So that's initiation. You initiate them, you give them a job, a responsibility, a checklist they must follow, and how you should start. That's the DLIF. So I'll have two separate programs after this, okay? One to talk about the DLAF, the other one is the DLIF. So in the future, for what I can see, okay, I will be going into maybe organizations, right, to promote this. I will go into each and every organization who wants this, and then I can be one of the advisory panel to help you guys build your adoption framework as well as the initiation framework. Okay, this is the building blocks before we talk about digital transformation or your IR 4.0 revolution. Okay, so that's actually the whole thing, the whole jive, okay, the synchrony in your data literacy. Okay, so during lunch, I had a question as in how digital literacy can improve life. Okay, I actually answered that. Okay, well, I'm just going to read up from there. So, like I said, the question is really broad. This data literacy, and you're talking about digital literacy. So it's a bigger picture. All right, data literacy is only part of that digital literacy. So, like I say, I only gave you one answer. Okay, that you just need to understand about digital devices. Data is digital, right? But data can be analogous as well. But like I say, if you can make use of the data which are exposed or returned by those devices, you use your phone. Do you know how much data that it comes up from a phone? But how much data do you know how to use your phone? Not just talking about WhatsApp and calls or play games and all that. So I'll give you an example. Like for example, if you talk about, let's say you pay your home, your electricity bill, your TNB bill. If you go to mytnb.com, you know all that, okay, you pay your bills. You can see all the kilowatts that you have used every month. You look at the charts like a histogram. Do you understand that? Do you know how to make use of the data? So if you know how to make full use of the data, and you are able to also predict what's your next usage, and from there you can take outcomes. You can actually, decide what are the measures to take in the future to save electricity or whatnot. Now, for example, okay, it's been like almost 2 months already that I haven't been into the office. So the previous month, my office electricity bill spiked this much. But within this past few months, okay, I would predict that it's going to be very low. It's obvious, it's logical. Come on, I don't need TNB to tell me that. I know it's going to be low, right? But what other meanings can you make it out of it? What other things can you tell from there? What if one day I found out that my electricity bill, right, even though I'm not in the office, but then yet it is still spiking a bit. So I must be suspecting something. I'll be asking why. I'm at home, right? All my associates, okay, my people is not also in the office, but how come it is high? See, why? I'm asking why again. Now, do you have answer for that why? Are you going to call up TNB and ask them? Or are you going to find out yourself, okay, and then approach TNB and say, hey, this is my finding. Please check. Is it your fault or my fault? You see? So it's about how prepared you are. When you approach people with data, usually no fight. But if you ask people, say, why? Please tell me all that. You are not equipped with data. People will tell you something and people will manipulate you. But if you go in, right, you face a person with data, usually you're untouchable, right? They will be a bit shy. They will be very cautious because you have data with you. You are armed with data. Data is a bullet. You go and talk to someone without data, okay, you are not substantial. You got no substance, not strong. You understand that? It's like going to court, right, without any evidence. What chances do you have? This is what we're talking about right now. Okay. Right, and oh yeah, that's good. I got one more question from Zoe here. I control the data or information in my organization for construction project. Okay, cool. Yet I still have a limited data to access or analyze when it is involved too many parties that handling the information. Okay, I see where you're going to. end up when they ask me some data, I give what I have only because I cannot help much of the data itself, and reach to an, okay, am I a data doubter? No, you are not a data doubter, Zoe. Okay, your situation is exactly the 4-minute video that I shared to you just now. Okay, you supposed to have a lot of access to the data, but because now you are not working alone, you are not full control. You thought you control, but you still need data, right? Maybe you are in charge of consolidating the data from multiple parties. People give you the data. Are you sure they complete or not? Because it turns out to be at the end of the day, right? The data reach your hands, okay, it's not exactly full, which you thought that is from your side, it can be full. So you have a challenge, right, of data conversion, data validation, data cleansing. Do you have substantial data consistent enough, okay, for you to interpret? The way you interpret the data, okay, is based on your understanding, but not being available with the other parties. So you're not a doubter. You practically, if you have control, right, okay, you are the data champion, right? And definitely you're not a dreamer. If you have limited strike of the data, right, you can be a dreamer, but your first initial sentence, you practically control the data. So you're supposed to be a data champion, right? And you have to work with all these people, right, okay, where you get the sources of data from. So your roadblock, right, is only in terms of massaging the data. Are the data consistent among the different parties? Okay. So in your case, it's the process. People, process, and technology. Your roadblock is in the process. Technology, well, it shouldn't be any problem because you have your technology, definitely. I don't think so it can be anything on the technology. Probably it's people and process. Okay, are the people equipped? Are you dealing with doubters, even though you're a champion, right? If you are one champion, but you're dealing with huge number of doubters, right? It's like you are the only general, but you got no soldiers. All your soldiers are not willing to fight. Okay. And sometimes in an organization, you got too many champions, okay, but no dreamers, no doubters. Maybe you got a big bunch of doubters, no dreamers. You got no enforcement. Too many generals, no soldier. Who's gonna fight? Okay, it's like dragon boat, a Chinese dragon boat. One person beating the drum, 10% rowing the boat. But you got now 10% beating the drum, one person rowing the boat. Where are you heading to? You're heading nowhere. Too many people, saying I'm champion, yeah, but nobody doing the job. All right, you ended up, okay, a data champion, okay, is imparting nowhere. You got no workforce for you to drive it. Okay, so you need these people, right, okay, to dive into. And when you say you control the data, you make sure that this party give you the data in that conformed format, in that manner. All right. So please make sure, okay, that you have got enough adopters. You're the only one adopters, but the rest are not placing into it. Your game failed. Your game is a failure. Okay, so I hope that that strikes out a bit. Okay. You want to consider yourself as a data scientist. Okay, yeah. If you are a data scientist, right? Well, actually, a data scientist, right? You deal with more than that because data scientists are supposed to be able to build a lot more things. Like in the terms of model, you're gonna deal with prediction. You write code. You do a lot of data massaging, right? And you are the one who comes up with a centralized model where the whole organization will make use. That's a true spirit, a true objective of a data aristocrat or a data scientist lah. Okay, whether you're an aristocrat or a scientist, that's the meaning of it. Okay, but if every day you're dealing with data with doubters, right? Well, yeah, I'm afraid, okay, you're not alone. Okay, I don't say I'm afraid, okay, but maybe it's something good news to you also. I'm not trying to pour honey into your ears, but you are not alone. Almost every organization, right, they are still struggling. It's not just in this country; it's happening around the world. All right, it's just the way on how organizations has evolved. We are in the transition right now from analog, from the old ways of doing things into digital. Okay, so as much as data is very, very concerned to you, and you wish, right, your worry, your treasure, okay, is the same with other parties. But you treat it as treasure. But when you give this treasure, okay, people treat it like rubbish. No need, throw away. That is what you are suffocating. That's what you are crying. You're crying without tears. All right. So that's what I can give. Right. Okay, you're welcome. And yeah, next one is like a question. That's good with a question here. I like automating things better than manually cleaning and extract the result from data set. Okay, I've been doing self-learning for quite a while. Okay, very good. But it seems like you're not going anywhere. Plus, those online classes seems overwhelming. Online classes, well, there are many online classes. Well, a lot of people still come to us, okay, for training because online classes you do not have substantial help directly because you don't see a live person whom you can shoot a question and you get immediate answer, right? So you've got no focus in anything. You study statistics for a bit, programming like Python, R. So you're a data scientist, huh? Become less motivated now. Can you give me some tips how to improve my? Okay. Now, since you are going into that, I think you need an official training. Okay, because you know what you're doing, you know your job, and you know your interests, you know what you want to improve, right? The only thing is that you are looking at methodology. Your methodology, okay, I won't say it's wrong. No, you are the same like the rest. People who are interested to learn, you pick up online classes, you don't do all that. Well, studying online classes takes a huge amount of diligence, right? Working from home, yes, you got all the time you need, but with kids running around and this and that, sorry to say, but I'm not beating down on that idea, but to me, it's still less effective. Okay, so you need a proper roadmap. You need someone, right, to carve out your roadmap. You're not going to learn only one thing. You need to have a roadmap, maybe 2 or 3 courses, right, one after another, to chart your progress, to lead you to the correct cave where the diamonds are. Because now you got so many caves, you don't know which one to enter. You do not want to enter one with a monster there and you die there, right? So you just want to know which path that you are going to be suitable for you. So I would say again that a proper training, okay, you need to have a roadmap. So because you are doing R, Python, all that, I know that you are an aristocrat. Okay, so you have some certain level of knowledge already, but you said you feel demotivated and this and that because I guess you are like, you have got lots of bullets, but you are firing directionless. Okay, you're not in control of the machine gun. The machine gun kept on firing, but the bullets were one day gone, You're not hitting any targets. You are firing all the way, everywhere. You're not shooting at the correct target. All right, that's what I can predict. I'm not a fortune teller, okay, but being a trainer for 20 over years, okay, I've talked to so many people. So roughly based on your way of putting it, right, okay, I have encountered a lot of people like you. So yeah, I will share my email address. No worries. Okay, you guys. Okay, if you have any questions and all that, okay, you can email me. Now let me try to see what I can come up with a package, and I can suggest to you what kind of line you're going into, and yeah, all you need is just a prescription, right? It's like you know that you need vitamin, but which vitamin? Oh, never mind. I will sweep everything. Oh, okay, multivitamins, whatever you eat, everything in there. But I'm not gaining anything. So you need targeted prescription. You don't just simply, it's just like COVID-19 right now, vaccination, okay, you want to jab, okay, I jab AZ, I jab Sinovac, you jab everything, later on you die, right? Because it's not targeted. You need to be prescribed with the correct ingredient, okay? So I think in your case, it's easy because you know what you need. It's just that the path, okay? All right. Oh, no, you're not a data scientist, even though I want to become one, but I have some fundamental understanding about stat and programming. Yeah, based on your knowledge, right? Okay, even though you're not a data scientist, but your path, your intention, and your knowledge that you're heading to, you are going to become an aristocrat. Or else, okay, don't tell me you learn R and Python, okay, but at the end of the day, right, okay, you are just dealing with Excel. For what? You're wasting your time on that because you are trying to go into somewhere, okay, that you want to make a difference. You want to come up with, you're interested maybe in machine learning. Your pathway, right, okay, can be either going to AI or machine learning because R and Python is in data science already. There are only 2 arms of data science. It's either machine learning or AI, artificial intelligence, cognitive service. So which is the path? But after learning all these things again, and you still keep on doing Excel, 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 so what's the point, right? So you are investing in building up that knowledge, but training is one thing. But what happens after training? Do you get to practice it? Do you get to use it? Do you get to apply it? That is the most important thing. A lot of people always don't believe in training because they say, I don't learn anything, because you don't apply it. That's the thing. So in my training, I always say, okay, please apply it. Please, I give you resources. Please do this. Please. Don't just, because training is only a few days. What, you think you can become a Kung Fu master after 2-3 days? It takes years to build. It took me 20 or years to become where am I now, talking to you guys. I did not go through 3 days and I start talking to you. I cannot. You won't believe me. Right? So that is why it needs constant practice, application. So when you invest in R and Python, but you don't get to apply, you don't get to code it, what's the use? What's the point? Okay? So do something that is beneficial right directly, where you want to target this. Be a data scientist since you're learning that skill, right? You don't use a hammer, okay, to cut meat because you use the wrong tool to cut meat. You use a knife to cut meat. Since you're holding a hammer, you might as well go and hammer nails. Why are you learning hammer and then you are trying to cut meat with a hammer? That's wrong, right? I hope you understand. I can be sarcastic in my explanation, yeah, but I'm very direct. Sometimes I explain very, very direct, but I don't like to beat around the bush. It sounds hurtful sometimes, but that is what it is. Okay, I want to be straight. I want to curb the problem immediately. Okay, so don't cut meat with a hammer. Remember that. Okay, you cut meat with a knife or a cleaver. Okay. Okay, cool. Interesting questions, right? And hopefully that I've given enough insights here. Now we do have one last module before I cover more time for Q&A. Let me just start up. Okay. What is data storytelling? All right. Now, like I said, again, I am not giving you very interesting data storytelling things here. This is, again, a standalone course on its own. I'm just giving an overview. Data storytelling is another arm. It's just like analytics. It's a separate branch. It has its own universe. Data storytelling is another own universe. Analytics plus data storytelling together. Ooh, you are the champion, the master, right? Because what makes analytics interesting, appealing, compelling, right? Substantial, strong, it's your data storytelling. So there is always a story in your data, but the tools, maybe you don't know what the story is, okay? That's where it takes you, the human being, the analyst or the communicator of the information, to bring that story visually, contextually to life. It's all about bringing your data to life. So that process is the focus of this topic. So I'm just giving you an overview of the few principles of data storytelling. I'm giving you just principles. Okay, so I will give you a few examples of before and afters, at least to give you a visual sense of what you will learn. Just before and after. I just want you guys to see this. Okay, this is the first one. If you carefully look at this, all right, if you carefully look at this, you will see that before, let's say you deploy a chart like this, ticket trend, right? You've got the months, January to December on the x-axis, and then you've got two bars because you're evaluating ticket volume received and processed. The red colors would be the process, the blue color would be the receive. Look at the trend like this. But you see, this sort of visualization, right? Are you telling story enough? You're just reporting the facts. People want to cook up a story also quite difficult because the way on the perception, okay, you see, we humans, right? Our human eye is one of the best eye in the animal kingdom. Not because of eyesight very good, no. A lot of other animals are better than us. Our human eye see color. The best colored, okay, eyesight, okay, in the animal kingdom. We see vivid colors. And because of this also, okay, like I say, no, the racial thingy. So I'm not talking about racial thingy here because of colors, no. But why do we create charts? Why do we create graphs, graphics? Because our human eye always pay attention to colors. We look at colors very vividly. We can tell more clearer. Like for example, KPIs. The one all green. Wow, I'm happy. I can go to sleep tonight. All green. Wow, exceeded the goal. If I see all red color, this one, I will look for people to fire. You see, we are attracted to these kind of traffic light colors. You know, red means bad. Oh, stop. Green means go. All right, I have hit the goal and all that. So we are attracted to colors. But now, even with colors, red and blue like this combined, it still gives us something like an optical illusion. Now, if you are able to tell a story, right, look at the after. If I change it to a line chart, okay, and I call this a ticket volume over time instead of just showing a trend. Now, I use lines to do a trend. Remember, the x-axis is months. Why you use bar? We can deploy as a line because line shows progressiveness, shows chronology. So when you draw your line like this, okay, into 2, so now at least I can see, oh, it's in the month of May, okay, that from January to May, at least the values of ticket received and processed is almost equal, but starting May, okay, I can see, oh, deviates. The numbers of ticket received is higher than the ticket processed. So this is where I'm going to ask why. What happened here in May? So in this case, probably, okay, we can find this, just fast forward, okay. Oh, 2 employees quit in May. We nearly kept up, okay, with incoming volume. The volume coming in, so that's why we are slower in processing and it cannot meet the demands. So this actually drives the decision that I think I need to hire 2 more whom will replace the 2 employees who quit in May. Something must have gone wrong here. Why is it that all this while I've met, but then somehow or other it branches off here? I'm receiving more tickets, but slower in processing. Something is wrong here. So at least you see this type of chart, okay, tells a story, right? Here, well, obviously the numbers is correct, you know, but I cannot see the story. Here I can see it. You understand me or not? It's all the reason because of I used the correct chart. That's all about it. Okay. Next one. Yeah. Next one. Another one, before and after. Look at this. Survey results. Okay, I displayed 2 pie charts here. Before, how do you feel about doing data science? So different colors, bored, not great, okay, kind of interested, excited, different percentages. After, how do you feel? Same thing. One is before survey, one is after. That means before period, after period. So there are changes, right? But if I ask you to look at these 2 and tell me a story, what is the finding? You will be looking left, right, left, right, left, right for a long time and you are not able to answer me. So, but if I were to now I can deploy that into a proper clustered column chart like this. So how do you feel about science? So I can come up with 2 legends. This color is actually before, this color is after. So the before one color and after one color. So at least from here, right, before program, the majority of children felt just okay about science, about data science, or maybe science in this case. So you can see that majority here, 40%. But now when I compare after program, more children were kind of interested or excited. So at least based on the past, they are able to capture where is the number shifted to, comparing before, that means before and after. This is after where I combine the 2 separate pie charts into one clustered column. All right. So this is very, very critical because data storytelling, right? The first and foremost is, are you going to use the correct chart or not? A lot of people think that, simply throw in one chart, I feel nice. It's not you feel nice. You are the one who's creating it. You're not the one who's reading it. You must understand all your personas, all your audience. Okay. You show very colorful, very, very, sophisticated charts, all that, okay, but you show to your top management. Your top management people, okay, sorry to say, no offense, right? But maybe they are all 60 plus, 70 years old. And you show them a map with futuristic kind of visuals. They will be calling you in and say, what is this? Can you teach me how to read this? Certain things, okay, do not need to be flying high, Use primitive charts. Enough to tell, clear, flat, clean. You don't need to make it very impressive. You're not working for Walt Disney. Don't make it too colorful. Human eyes are very, very, attracted to colors. But look at this, too many colors, too much. You overwhelm. I'm not able to discern. Here, split into two types of colors, good enough. You see? Colorful, yes, but not too colorful. All right? So that's just one of the things here, okay? So I think I believe I've got another one more, just one more, okay? There you go. One before, one after. So again, average retail product price per year. You display, okay, 5 products here, and every bar different year. You've got 2 subjects here, no? You want to compare, right, the retail product price, again, by the year and by different product. Why you lump up like this? In which I can put it into different lines, in which again I can put the x-axis by the year and not the product will be by the legend. You can reverse that. So at least, okay, when I see like this, okay, maybe you can draft out a recommended price range, like a psychological barrier, okay, like a constant line. What is your line? Anything above the line is good. Anything fall below the line, you need to pay more attention, because this one doesn't tell me that. So now because of this, let's say my recommended price range is between this. So now to be competitive, I recommend you to introduce a product below the 223 average price, which is the product C, D, and E. A and B, I'm satisfied. It's okay. It's performing very well. These 3, I got to pay attention. You see that? So this is actually very, very important. You must know what kind of charts that you use. A lot of people, okay, they will use wrongly. Remember also one more thing, line charts. You can only use line chart provided your x-axis is date or time oriented. Okay, like for example, if you put x-axis as product names or country names or whatever, you don't use line chart, because the line chart does not show progression. There's no chronology. Your x-axis must be chronological before you can use line charts. So what if the lines goes up and down and all that, but because your x-axis is not actually chronological, it makes no sense drawing lines. The lines are supposed to show progression. Are you dipping or are you spiking based on the timeline? There is no timeline if your x-axis is not date or time, all right? So later on, I'm going to talk about also pie charts and all those things. There's a few traits. I'm going to throw in a book for you guys, you know. You see, this training, right, you guys got for free. I'm also throwing in a book which I bought myself, right? And the book is now actually happened to be promoted as free. It's actually a data storytelling book. It's really a big book. PDF. It has got everything you need to know about data storytelling, all the intricate details. I'm going to throw in the book for you. And out of the 6 principles, I'm only going to cover 3 here. The rest you can read from the book. Okay? So that's what I can give you guys based on the end of this training. Okay. So when I talk about the 6 key elements to build data storytelling skills, there you go, 6 of them. Being able to tell stories with data is a definite skill. They are becoming ever more important. Okay, when your world, right, okay, is actually kept on increasing with data, and then the desire for your audience, right, to say, I want to drive this decision making, I want cognitive, I want this and that. So using an effective data visualization can mean the difference between success and failure. You saw just the difference of using different chart types. You see things differently. Correct or not? I'm not talking just about the color, you know. The moment you use a wrong chart type, okay, you will see the data, the meaning doesn't pop out, you know. The moment you use a correct chart, okay, it immediately pops out. That's what I can see, and I want what you guys to understand this, right? So remember this, okay, that the overview of these 6 important point or key elements to build your data storytelling skills. Now I've only time to cover only 3 of them. I've got only enough content to cover 3 of them, because a lot more content are from the book. So let's go through one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'll cover the first 3. Number 1 is understanding the context. You must understand the context. You're building a play, like a movie, because story, right? Number 2, you must choose an appropriate visual display. See, that was the one I mentioned. You cannot simply choose all the charts. It's not that one chart type can fit every scenario, every occasion. Cannot be, right? Then must really tell a story. How to build this story? I will show you a couple of concepts later. Number 4, focus attention where you want it to be. And think like a designer. and then eliminate messiness, clutter. Now, don't worry, like I said, okay, I will be giving away the source ebook where all this information comes from. It will be contained inside the zip file of the deliverables. Okay, I will be sharing to you the link where you guys can download the whole zip file. All the materials are in there. I'm giving out only today, free for you guys. Okay. All right, and okay, let's see. Storytelling and visualization is the biggest struggle with your team. Yes. What are some other resources and tips that you could recommend? Well, like I said, the most straight away that you can identify, okay, is of course you must learn all the chart types. You know what? I've trained Power BI so many times, okay, but every time I explain one by one, area chart, waterfall chart, whatever chart, pie chart, radar chart, donut chart, they feel very bored. They say, excuse me, why are you teaching us all the chart types? I know my chart types. They feel offended. They feel boring. Why am I reiterating, telling them something that they know already? We learned this in Excel, ma. Then I will reply them. I say, excuse me, I'm so sorry, okay, but are you sure you know all your chart types? They thought that I'm explaining the pie chart. Yeah, this is called pie chart. Well, of course I know it's a pie chart. No, I'm telling you what chart is for what purpose. Do you know? And I can tell you, okay, out of 10 people, right, almost 8 of them, okay, who don't really know which chart type is for what. This is the matter of fact. Some of them, okay, they really thought that they have known everything. They've been using all the charts, okay, but do you really, really know that? Only a handful who really day in, day out build charts, okay, that one, sorry, they are expert. They really can know. They really tell me they know every chart is for what purpose. That one, bravo. Congratulations. They are really good. But sad to say, okay, higher percentage people who knows the chart, but they don't know what situation to use them, right? And you see, these people get carried away. The moment they create a chart, wow, they want to make it 3D. They want to put in, gradient color. While they make the chart, the bar, right? Okay, let's say they create a 3D bar chart. The bar, right? They want to make it look like their house, wallpaper like that, For what? You're not what ID interior designer. Why you want to make the bar looks like your house pillar, right? That you decorate and wrap with the wallpaper. That is nonsense. It is not effective. You're making it too overwhelming, too bombastic. Okay, that is not appealing. That is overwhelming, right? Okay. All right. Oh, okay. My moderator got a question that says, direct message. One of your vendor hosted an online seminar that I attended. They have a large number of data analytics partners, and this is beneficial because you can also validate our data. However, how do I compare and validate my data as someone with limited access, such as myself? Okay, again, comparing and validation of your data. Now, you may be given choices, right, okay, to access certain tools, or maybe you've got partners, okay, but these people who are hosting this kind of validation service or verification service of your data, whether it's good or bad or pass or fail, they are opening their hands, right, and ask you, give me your data. Okay, so they are expecting you to pass in the data for them. Now, there are two concerns here. Number one, do you have enough data which will befit their service to do calculation or validation? I have used some of these so-called online services or whatsoever. You thought I can simply pass some sample data or what? Sometimes the service may not prove effective if you did not pass enough data. Sometimes they will warn you, you need minimum 50,000 rows. Lesser than that, I cannot validate because the machine learning in the background trying to predict, you see. They're making use of machine learning also. So if you pass in too little data, okay, it's to no avail. They will give you a percentage record that is highly not probable and highly not trustworthy. So that will boils down to the second question. Wow, they demand so much data from me. And are you in the comfort zone to really give them that volume of data that they are requesting? I'm talking about data security and privacy. It's okay. I got all dummy data. You can pass in dummy data, correct? But the dummy data, okay, how effective it is, okay, to map that to your real world situation. if you crafted your data structure in a way that you can reflect with the original, your real world data, then by all means, yes, no problem. I have actually been asked, okay, to help validate different organizations' data. They pass some data to me, help me, ask me to check for them. Is it okay to pass into Power BI? Is it okay, for Power BI to understand this? I validated a lot of data, but you see, because I'm not working in their organization, so they can only pass me some dummy data. But when I look at their dummy data, I will ask them back, is this the correct structure that you are using day in, day out? Sometimes they are not. Sometimes they are passing me testing data. The structure is also testing, experimentation, not the actual structure. I don't need your actual data. You can pass in dummy rows, but the structure must try to map to the real world. All right? But like I said, again, if you have limited access, when you mention the word limited access, right, that is something of a challenge. I won't be able to answer your question here because when the moment you say limited access, I presume, I don't know, because maybe you have got a whole longer story to tell me, but I presume that you have got not enough rights to take out some other tables, maybe, or maybe you've got a restricted number of rows, maybe up to 10,000 and no more than that, probably. All right. So there can be any, like 1,001 reason when you mean that you have limited access. Okay, so you have to really conform to what are you trying to validate. And with the amount of access I have to this data, these are the only data that I can validate. But will the result churn out, right, be accurate or not? Right? So yeah, maybe you have attended. I know there are hundreds or maybe even thousands again of all these webinars and all those things that people are giving free. It's the era of online learning, virtual, everybody at home. Providers, we are just one of the providers out of thousands of that offering all this. But how skillful, okay, is that service that they offer able to help you validate that? But you see, you want people to help you validate. These people who help you validate, okay, will answer you back. You must prove to me, okay, that you are also willing to help me to help you. So in order for me to help you, you better help me by providing the appropriate amount of data that is mappable so that I can give you an accurate verification. Right? So it's like before I can scratch your back, right? You must give me something that I can use it to scratch you. Okay? So that's actually something that I can only tell you about that, right? So if you say that you have limited access to some data, right? Your data comparison and validation, your scope is restricted to only based on what you have, right? Maybe there are 100 tables. You only have access to 10. So your subset of verification is only towards that 10. And that may not draw to you a clear picture as exactly like the total 100 tables. Okay. So in fact, usually, right, okay, when you have a limited subset of table, right, your verification, your validation, right, okay, is only pertaining to the analytics that you intend to churn out, because your scope is really, really targeted, really specific. Okay. Unless you're a data scientist, of course, you are doing a model, right? You're trying to churn out validation for the entire organization, different departments, different business units. That is a different story. But with your own limited access, the data that you can validate is only your own data, your own analytics, right? Based on what you intend to, or the report or the dashboard that you're trying to churn out. Okay. All right, so, well, okay, these are all the 6 data storytelling skills, all right? So let me just move on to, okay, like I said, I'm going to cover the first 3. After this, okay, once I finish this, okay, so I will then open up even more for Q&A. So the first one, understand the context. There are a couple of questions here, see. So who is your audience? You see, context means that the scope, Another word for context is the scope. When you want to tell a story also, okay, you must know your scope. Huh? You cannot tell the whole world. See, like for example, you try to make a movie. Can you picture yourself as a movie director? When I ask you, okay, hey, you're a movie director, what movie are you making? You must have a scope. Are you making a movie that is fantasy, right? Picture in the future? Is it sci-fi? Is it history? So you must have a scope. What is the target? What is the environment, right? So then in this case, you need to understand who is your audience. That's the first and foremost. The more specific you can know about who your audience is, right, the better position you will be. Okay, you need to avoid general audiences, such as, for example, internal and external stakeholders or anyone who might be interested. Don't be too generic. Okay, trying to communicate with too many different people with disparate needs, you will put yourself in a position where you cannot be specific enough. You are going to come out with too general. Your story is just too generic, right? So then sometimes this means creating different communication. So you may want to, you could have actually created different story to cater for different audience, right? So you need to identify the decision maker, okay, which is one way of narrowing down your audience. The more you know about your audience, the better position you'll be to understand, right? And then to communicate that. Number two, relationship between you and your audience. After you know your audience, right, okay, who are you with your audience or to your audience? It's also very helpful to think about the relationship that you have with your audience and how you expect that they will perceive you. So if you are talking about general public, you got no relationship with general public. That's why it's too general. If you can identify that your audience, okay, is my top management, so your relationship is, that's your bosses. You are the staff. At least you still have a close-up relationship and you know what they're expecting. Okay. So will you be encountering each other for the first time, maybe through the communication, or do you have already an established relationship? And you need to also ask, do they already trust you as an expert, or do you need to work to establish credibility? See? So again, one more thing. Your audience know you personally, they trust you, you got the expert or not. So they must have a certain expectation from you, you know. If they thought that you are the expert, okay, oh, okay, I'll give you 15 minutes, you churn out this one. But analytics is not 15 minutes and 30 minutes job. It can never be. No matter how good you are, all that, okay, you see, I'm experienced in Power BI. I can consider myself as a Power BI guru. You give me some data, you give me 15 minutes, okay, I say, okay, you go and train it yourself. I can tell you no. Because you are the guru, right, you're not expecting speed. You pass something to a guru, the guru will take even longer time. It's just like a chess player, you know. Last time, Karpov, the world's best chess grandmaster, they play chess. Do you know the more guru you are, the longer it took the time for them to make a move? They're not going to like, oh, very fast here, there. No, not really. That speed chess is a different thing. But the real grandmasters of chess, every move is very slow. That is why they are masters, right? Don't think that, oh, masters means they can do very fast. No, you do fast, maybe you come up with a piss poor job. You see? So always think that, okay, a lot of things, okay, is not built overnight. You don't learn Kung Fu or Karate in 3 days or 1 hour. Okay? People take years to build the skills. If you want good quality stuffs, you need to give them time. All right? So that's actually the communication. You need to establish this kind of communication. Then what do you need your audience to know or do? So this is the point where you think through how to make what you communicate relevant for your audience and form a clear understanding why they should care about what you say. See? So you need to communicate. Like I say again, communication. You need to communicate. Like for example, just now someone who asked me who said that maybe your superior is not giving you enough time for analytics. You need to communicate. You need to make them aware, that whatever I churn out, it will take this amount of time, and when it is out, right, they should really take note about what you're supposed to say. What is the message you're conveying? You should always want your audience, right, to know or do something, right? If you cannot concisely articulate that, you have to revisit whether you need to communicate in the first place or not. Maybe should you communicate or not? If you created something, and it is not, to any effect, right, so you have to revisit, you have to rethink. Maybe I shouldn't do it anyway in the first place, right? And then, of course, okay, how would you communicate with your audience? You know, this is the same thing. The mechanism, I'm talking about the mechanism here. The method you will use to communicate to your audience. This has serious implication on a number of factors that will include the amount of control you will have over how the audience takes your information, and also the level of detail that needs to be explicit. Now, we can think of the communication mechanism, right, along something known as a continuum, with the live presentation at the left and the written document or email at the right. Now, this one I'm going to show you in the next slide here. This is the mechanism. Okay, this is a drawing. This is called a continuum, okay? A communication continuum. So at the left with the live presentation, you, the stick man there, you, okay, who is the presenter, are in full control because the audience listen to you like right now. I am the one who's doing this live presentation. I am in full control because you guys are the audience. You're just listening to me, right? So I've got high communication. I am in the amount of control I have right here, high. Look at that here. All right. I have full control and I am in power. Okay. And of course, you determine what the audience sees and when they see it. See, I control my PowerPoint slides and all that. So you can respond to visual cues to speed up, slow down, or go into a particular point in more or less detail. Depending on the Q&A, sometimes I pause a bit, I answer some questions. See? So you guys throw me a question, but I handle the timeline, right? The playback I'm doing right now, I am in full control. Now, sometimes I will not show all the detail because see, I'm in full control, okay, but level of detail needed is low. I don't dive right into the details, see? This is a very good, my current workshop here, right, is a very good example, okay? So not all of the detail needs to be directly communicated because the presentation or slide deck, see, because my slide deck also keep it very brief, very simple, right? So because sometimes I show a brief slide, but I'm here to answer any questions that should arise. You see, this is exactly okay what we are right now. And on the right hand side, what if it's not a live presentation? On the right hand side, maybe written doc or email. If I write an email, I write a document, I post an article on LinkedIn or Facebook, my audience passively read it. So at the right side of this spectrum here, right, a written document or even email or an article. Now, I am the creator of the document or email. I have lesser control. I don't know when they're going to view my email. I don't know when they're going to read my article that I post online. I posted a video. I don't know when. I got no control. But right now in this live presentation, I said, okay, today 9 a.m. See, everybody logs in. I am in control. So you can see here, the audience right here has a high amount of control. It's not me, it's the audience, right? So in this case, the audience is in control, how they consume it. The level of detail that is needed here is typically higher because you aren't there to see and respond to your audience cues. So rather, the document will need to directly address more of the potential questions because sometimes when you send an email, right, you are actually being very specific. So the detail can be actually quite high, right? So like I said, this is actually something like a pseudonym here, all right? So that's actually the crossover between live presentation and, so the mechanism they're trying to compare, one real time live over something that is passive. That's the mechanism of communication. Okay, so, okay, Easy has another question. That's such a valid point. A lot of people underestimate the amount of time that takes to analyze, develop a story, and visualize. Data you can crank out, but not the analysis. Yes, yes, yes. And especially talk about analytics, right? We talk about the time. Okay, if you want me to give a ballpark figure, right, of how much time for me to crank up, maybe let's say when you are doing data cleansing, number crunching, right, the number deductions and all that, it depends on what mode that you are running. Maybe you're using an online kind of a package, you know, a job running maybe overnight. Now I'm in the IT, you know, so today, okay, I may have a streaming job, you know, that is actually doing all this kind of processing. Like say, for example, machine learning. I pass in huge amounts of data. I want to generate prediction. It can run a few hours just for that thing, okay, to complete. Then only I can read the report, right? So if I pass in a few records and all that, well, it can be near real time, no problem. But if you do batch, right, huge amounts of records, you expect what? In a matter of seconds, unless you are doing HPC, high performance computing, which will cost you tens of thousands of dollars per month. All right, dollars, is USD, yeah. Right, so that's actually some of the things that you have to understand. The processing power needed in order to crank up, crunch the numbers, cleanse the numbers, the data, before it can be fit to be deployed with visualizations. That is another story. That's performance. Okay, so it's not like King Arthur asking Merlin, "Hey, you are a wizard, you're a magician. Wave your wand, give me something magic, and it will come out." No. I wish that can be. Maybe in the cup, how many years down? Maybe in the future, analytics is just a snap of a finger. In fact, right, I can tell you, analytics will mix with AI, will mix with speech to text. They are talking about voice recognition right now. We talk to services like Cortana or maybe like Siri or whatever, right? And it's able to churn out the details. You no longer need to calculate yourself. Just ask what you want, the machine will give you the answer. But again, verification comes into play. How trustworthy is the answer given by the machine? All right. Even though I'm a machine learning trainer, I train AI as well. I talk about chatbots, and I train people how to create chatbots and language understanding services, image detection, object detection, whatever. I train that. But you know what? I always have this mindset from the era of the movie Terminator. I do not want Skynet to happen when the machine take over the humans. No matter what we are, machine learning, we humans are still in control. We still need to give orders, okay? The processing power. We still need to spark up, turn the key to start machine. Don't let the machine run themselves without human intervention. In the automotive industry, Tesla, they want to do full automation, fully autonomous driving. Why is it some companies, they still don't believe that? Look at Porsche. Porsche says, I don't believe in autonomous driving. Why? Because the pleasure of driving is still the human drives the car. What is wrong? You are driving a Porsche, but you're not driving a Porsche. You're riding in a Porsche for what? You see, these are things, when I train AI, I usually go into a debate about this as well. I usually go into a discussion about the good and the bad, as well as the ugly about in AI world. AI is happening now, okay, but yet human beings still needs to retain control. All right, so that is why, okay, when you check to the bot or whatsoever, it still need to be there to verify it. Still need to be there, okay, to pull the plug or whatsoever. That's my belief. Okay. Okay, so Mohammed Shamin says, couldn't agree more. Good data analysis requires a specific period of time as it is quite time consuming, especially. Yep, exactly. So depending on your level, your beginner level or whatsoever, you're still trying to digest that. Well, even though you may not be a beginner, maybe intermediate or advanced, the more advanced you are, the higher the amount of data that you are empowered to deal with, and the higher the processing time needed. So it's not to say that your advanced means, faster. Like I said again, right? You're the guru of chess doesn't mean that I play chess very fast. No. The higher you are, the slower it becomes. Because you want to be precise. You want to be 1000% sure. When I make the move, it kills. I don't want to simply go and fire or tembak or whatever. No. All right? So that is actually a wrong point there. Don't think that, you're Superman, always fast, accurate, all that. It's sometimes it doesn't happen that way. All right? So that is why, okay, you need to give and allow enough time for the process to complete. Okay, and rest assured, if you give enough time, the result will be satisfactory. Okay, no point chasing fast when they come out. Oh no, that's not the way. You are actually doubling the time. You are wasting more time. So that's always the case. Okay. All right, so yeah, good, interesting discussion here. That's good. Thank you very much for this. Next one. Okay, still understanding the context. What tone do you want your communication to set? Oh, sorry, pardon me for my typo here. I'll rectify this before I share it out to you guys. So another important consideration is the tone you want your communication to convey to your audience. Remember, you're talking to humans. human to human talking, right? Okay, you must be setting a tone. You're not talking to a chatbot. Talking to a chatbot request for something, you don't need to be polite. If you type like, would you kindly please, I'm so sorry to disturb you, you don't need to be polite. You're talking to the machine, you just give keywords. But when you're communicating with your audience, you're dealing with human being, you must set the tone correct. The wrong turn, okay, or the wrong tone will make you wrong turn. Okay, you might offend people. So sometimes when you deliver a message, are you celebrating a success? Are you trying to light a fire to drive action? Or maybe is the topic, I don't know, serious, or is it light-hearted? So the tone you desire for your communication will have implications on the design choices. Okay, and you can see something like, if you're trying to report something very bad, please don't use all the bright green colors, blue. No, if you're trying to report something bad, right, use darker colors. Please be aware of the colors, right? You're trying to report something good, right? You use all red color. What is that? You are out of this world. You are living on planet Mars, right? So we know, okay, when you're trying to, congratulate people, use green, bright colors. You don't use dull colors, but you're attending a funeral or what? Okay, so it's really, one of these, because color also sets the mood, the tone, the sense, right? It actually flicks, okay, the fire, it lights the flame. Okay, so the tone you desire will have an implication, like I said. So for now, right, think about and specify the general tone that you want to establish when you set out. Sometimes generally, right, some people say, oh, colors are, I got no freedom to choose colors. I've talked to so many analytics people or visualizers. They said that most of the charts, okay, I am restricted to my corporate color profile. Right, my IT have actually designed, okay, my web designers have designed, okay, a specific template, right, with some themes. Color themes always standardized, all boring colors. Maybe your corporate color is, let's say, grayish green or bluish white. So you're always stuck with that, because corporate, you have to match your corporate colors. All right. So that's sometimes you are not in the position to select a viable color or the tone because you are restricted by policy. That is understood. Okay, that is understandable. And of course, finally, what data is available that will help make my point? So finally, and only after we can clearly articulate who our audience is and what we need them to know, we can turn to the data and ask the question, what data is available that will help make my point? So you see, before you can tell a story, okay, you must know what are your data available before that can be converted into a clear story. Is the story happy story or sad story? Okay, do you know, right? Okay, it's the same. The numbers are the same sometimes, okay, but the way you present, okay, can be either up or down. Okay. Now, for example, when they say, oh, okay, like I say, what today our Malaysian population, how many percent vaccinated? They say what, 20+%? Is it a lot? People have been cheering, wow, 20%, wow, we are one of the highest and all that. But 20+% of the population compared to 20+% of other countries' population, it's a big gap, you see. Numbers can be the same, but when you compare, depending on what you're comparing, depending on what you're delivering. So you can say that as congratulations, but 20+%, is it a big achievement? But you are looking at the smaller slice of the pie. What about the others? That means what? 80+%. So sometimes people have a wrong perception. You tell them 20+% like this is, then they will think opposite. Wow, that means 80+%, not negative. But actually, you are trying to tell the good story. Hey, 20+%, But people think, 20+%. What? That means what? 80+% is not the opposite. Can you see that? So that is actually, you're telling one side of a story, okay, but then people perceive differently, because when you're giving them a number, people look at, like I say, it's still the same thing. A pail, right, can be viewed, a pail of water can be viewed half empty or half full. I can say it's half full. The other person said, no, it's half empty. But both of you are correct. The condition is correct. The number is correct. So are you saying that it's half empty? I am right. You say it's half full. You are also right. So, but the tone, the context, you see, what you are trying to convey, So that actually lights up the mood. Okay, so that's something that you need to understand. Okay, because the same numbers can be conveyed differently depending on the comparison. Okay. Okay, so storyboarding. This is also one thing. Storyboarding is perhaps the single most important thing you can do upfront to ensure the communication you craft is directly on point. The storyboard, right? I show you this illustration here. The storyboard establishes a structure for your communication. Do you know that storyboarding, right? People use post-it notes, you see. I actually took a picture of this kind of post-it notes, right? And yeah, people write it on post-it notes, and stick, you know. I'm not so sure how many of you have attended some, let's say, project management, soft skill classes, those days before COVID-19. You get to involve in a classroom. People stick all these post-it notes on the classroom wall, you know. It's a fun thing, okay, but filled with post-it notes, right? Because you are structuring, because that's physically something that you have to write down, and then you can see it, something like a bulletin board, you know. But this storyboard establishes a structure, what you're trying to convey. It is a visual outline of the content that you plan to create. Because people create a movie, and don't say movie, sorry. I've got a few friends who are in the advertising line. People who actually in advertising, right? They still resort to this, you know, storyboarding. They write, they do screen scraping, they draw, you know, all the different scenes. You know, they brainstorm, and then they create scene by scene in different papers. That's storyboarding, right? From one scene transition to the next scene. Who are the actors coming into play? Where are the props coming in? That's the data that will participate in the storyboard. Okay. So it can be subjected to change, okay, as you work through the details, but establishing a structure very early, right, will set you up for success. So you need to do this very early. Now, when you can, right, get acceptance from your client or maybe your shareholders, your top brass people, it will help ensure that what you're planning is in line with the need. Some companies, right, okay, they need this as a POC, as a proof of concept, number one. Number two, needed this for auditing purposes, documentation purposes. Okay, these are needed sometimes, yes. So if we storyboard our communication for, let's say, the summer learning program on science, this is actually what it shows. Issue, kids have bad attitudes about science. You come up with all the issues. Demonstrate issue, show student assignment grades, ideas for coming, describe pilot program, show before and after, then what is the recommendation? So you must have outcome, you must have course, due course, progress, and what is the initial issue? What are you trying? What kind of message are you trying to carry all over? So storyboarding, they must be, I don't care whether it's a sad story or a cheerful story, or whether it's an abrupt outcomes, I don't know. Every story will have an outcome, right? Depending on how you start it, depending on how you end it. There must be start, middle, and end, okay? Okay, so that's actually the first one, okay, or context. Now, number two, choosing an appropriate visual display. Now, this is where I talked a bit about earlier just now, okay? Choosing an appropriate visual display. Now, there are many different graphs and other types of visual displays, okay? I have, but a handful will work for the majority of needs. See, when I look back, over the 20 odd years, okay, I have maybe have come across 100 plus visuals that I have ever seen. But you know what? There were only a dozen different types of visuals that I used. That is why, like I said, okay, I sometimes don't even dare to say I'm the expert of this. I might have seen every types of visual display, but do I know, like the back of my palm, every one single of them? No. You see, these are the ones I simply draft out, okay? Simple text, scatter plot chart, vertical bar, horizontal, whatever you guys can read from here. These are some of the charts, okay, which I may have used before, right? But I'm just going to show you, right, okay, what should be avoided. This is the one. You see, to be avoided, number one, pie charts are evil. This is always, when I train my Power BI, I also tell my attendees, pie charts are really evil. Let's look at this environment here. The pie chart shown on the left shows market share across 4 suppliers, A, B, C, D. As you can see, there's a legend. But let's focus on the left-hand side. If I ask you a simple observation, which supplier is the largest based on this visual? You will be thinking, oh, A or B? looks like A. So what would you say? Most people will agree that supplier B, right? Or somebody say A. You see, you'll be guessing. You are not certain. So people say B because look at it from this angle, it's B. Okay? So it's a medium blue here, B. So if you have to estimate what proportion makes up overall, wow, you're going to roughly guess maybe 35% or 40%. I don't know, man. So if I were to enhance it, but now I put a figure here. When the figure comes into play, then only you are, oh my God, it's actually supply A. This piece is larger than this piece. How can it be possible? See? Actually, B is smaller than A. You know why? The first thing that catches your eye is the 3D. I told you 3D, always avoid. Because the strange perspective that's been applied to it, they tilt the pie, making the pieces at the top appear further away. You thought it's smaller piece. But actually the front part, okay, is a smaller, but you look at it, larger piece. So we'll talk more about this in the next slide. You can see, okay, I'll tell you that 3D is not good. Okay, so don't use 3D actually. It does nothing good and can actually do a whole lot of harm, right? So even if we strip away the 3D, let's say, can you imagine we flatten the pie? The interpretation challenge will remain because our human eye isn't good at ascribing quantitative value at a two-dimensional space. This one, okay, I obtained this sentence somewhere medically. It's not describing. There's a word called ascribing. Describe, right, is really sure. Ascribe is to describe by making assumptions. So there's a word called ascribing. Wow, this is some English that I never use, man. Overnight, I came up with this. Wow, there's a word called ascribing. So it's to assume and try to describe by assuming, right? So said more simply, pie charts are hard for people to read. When segments are close in size, it's difficult. I always crack this joke. Can you imagine this pie? Can you imagine this slice is together with this one? That means 3 slices only. 3 pieces. This one piece, here another piece, and this whole thing is one piece. Do you see? It's very hard. I look at it like a Mercedes-Benz logo, you know. Seriously, it's like a Mercedes-Benz logo. I also don't know which piece is larger, which piece is actually smaller. So pie charts are not really a good thing. Okay? They are evil. There, never use 3D. One of the golden rules of data visualization goes like this. Never ever use 3D. Repeat after me, never use 3D. So the only exception is if you are actually plotting a third dimension. Right? And even then, even you got third dimension, maybe X and Y and Z. Okay? The axis. Even that also, never try to plot that graphic as a 3D plot. As we earlier saw the pie chart example, 3D will skew our numbers, making it difficult or impossible to interpret. So judging by the chart here, how many issues were there in January and February? See, you know. What about March and May? March and April? May and June, of course, I know lah. January and February, March and April, beats me, man. You didn't give me the numbers. I take a ruler and measure also. I don't know how to measure. Correct or not? Right? So that is why it's bad. Okay, don't use 3D. And this one, lastly, secondary y-axis, generally not a good idea. Not to say bad, but just not a good idea. Sometimes it's useful to be able to plot data that is in entirely different units. Like for example, this one, see? X here, quarters by the years in quarters. Y, there's a secondary Y. Okay? So this often gives rise to the secondary y-axis, another vertical axis on the right-hand side. Now, you know what? I don't know how to tell which number is for which. When interpreting this chart, right, okay, it takes some time and reading to understand which data should be read against which axis. The line is on the right or the bar is on the left. I also don't know which is which. Okay? So always, instead, right, think about whether one of the following approach will meet your needs. You can try to use 2 approaches. Approach number 1. Okay? There. Don't show the second y-axis. The alternative one. Instead, label the data points directly. You give labels like this there. Create a label. Create a label. You can even throw away both the y, the 2 y's, only the x. Can also label them directly. Okay, or alternative number 2, pull the graphs apart vertically, have a separate axis, line chart one, bar chart another one. Why not? This is called multiple bars, multiple. Okay, so you thought that I can make it concise combining them, but you're not labeling them correctly. So this is generally not a good idea. Okay. All right. So inching closer to the end. Number 3, this is the last I cover. 4, 5, and 6. Okay. I'm sharing you guys the book, the Wiley book there, which you guys can read all about it. Really tell a story. So number 1, find a subject you care about. It is this genuine caring and not your games with your language which will be the most compelling and seductive element. So you must know your subject and don't ramble. Okay, keep it simple. So most of the great master, right? Okay, they will write sentences which were almost childlike. Keep it simple. You don't need to come up with sentences which use very tough English, right? For example, Shakespeare one, to be or not to be. You see, all simple English. They don't never use what ascribe, all these kind of jargons. Okay, have the guts to cut it. Okay, if a sentence, no matter how excellent, right, does not light up your subject in some new way, right, scratch it, keep it short. Okay, always sound like yourself. Right, sometimes when you write a very long sentences, right, you know what? After finish writing, you yourself will stop and then try to read again your own sentence. That means you are doubting your own because you write too long. Okay, and if you are not trusting your own self, okay, are you expecting other people to trust you as well? Okay, so always say what you meant to say as well. So if I broke all the rules of punctuation, you never use full stop, you never use commas, okay, and what, you expecting people to understand you? So of course no, right? And always pity the readers. Put yourself into the shoes of the reader. After you write, read it yourself. It's just like looking at yourself in the mirror. Are you satisfied with that look before you step out to the streets, right? So before you risk being thrown eggs on you, right? So our audience require us to be sympathetic, okay, and also patient. So you need your readers, okay, to be either sympathetic as well as patient to read yours. So how many type of concept? I will just give you a few wireframe of storytelling. So when it comes to employing the power of repetition, this one has something known as called the Bing Bang Bongo concept, right? Now let's explore this concept called Bing Bang Bongo. Now the idea is that you should first tell your audience, right, what you are going to tell them. Okay, that is called the Bing, which is the introduction, right? This is the introduction paragraph, the starting. Then you tell it to them, which is the Bang, which, well, like I say, the actual essay, the actual content, the body, right? Then after that, at the end, you summarize what you just told them. That's called the Bongo, the conclusion. So you are telling the same thing, right? But first you prepare them. Now I'm going to tell you this, then you tell them the whole thing. At the end, you summarize back what you have told them. It seems that you are repeating the same thing 3 times, But then the beginning part is like a teaser. Then the middle is actually the meat, the flesh. And then towards the end, you summarize. It's something like how I do training as well. After I finish something, I do a revision. I do a recap. Okay, I do a summary. Right? So applying this to your presentation or report, you can start with an executive summary. You start with a summary report that outlines your audience what you're going to cover. Give them a summary first. Then you provide the detailed charts or the main content. Finally, end with a summary report page or a section that will show them the grand total, grand average, whatever grand. So remember, the Bing Bang Bongo, right, is one strategy to leverage to help ensure that your story is clear. But of course, they are more than this tactic. Let's consider some other additional tactics. Horizontal logic is the next tactic. Of course, some of you guys might have guessed. Got horizontal logic means after this got vertical logic. Then you're right. Let's look at horizontal logic. The idea behind horizontal logic is that you can read just the slide title of each slide throughout your deck. And together, these snippets tell the overarching story that you want to communicate. This is something like you do a PowerPoint slide. Sometimes I can create a few slides with the same template, the same title, but then I flip it through like a flip card, right? Then I have different details there. But the title is from the same block, right? Again, it is important, right, okay, to have action titles. You must have action. The title must be simple like this. You don't write grandmother stories on the title. Very short, brief, right? Not descriptive ones. You must have, we call this as action title. The description will be some simple write-outs like this. You see, this is exactly my PowerPoint slide. All my slides are like this. You see, I go back. See, so it's just the same, okay? Because I use something known as horizontal logic. Okay, so one strategy is you have an executive summary slide. The first one is an executive summary. Each bullet corresponding to subsequent. So I got one bullet which is A will be discussed in the next slide. B in the following slide. C is here. So the detail is in the upcoming slide. It is exactly like doing PowerPoint. Okay, this is something like based on Bing Bang Bongo also. Every A, B, and C is their own Bing Bang Bongo, Bing Bang Bongo, and Bing Bang Bongo. Okay. So checking for horizontal logic is one approach to test whether the story you want to tell is coming through clearly in your deck. So you give them teaser first, then every other follow-up slide, okay, will be that. Now I'm talking about slide, but this can be a report, right? I'm talking about an analytical report here. Vertical logic, of course, now vertical logic means that all information is self-reinforcing. It's on one slide. Okay, the content reinforces the title and vice versa. So you got one slide here, talk about A, then you got A here, then you got A. So everything is focusing on A. You are self-exploding. You are branching out A. So you're squeezing everything into one. This is actually a sample of a dashboard. Okay, report, don't behave like this. Report is this one. Dashboard is when you've got an overview glance of some intricate details here. So there isn't any extraneous or unrelated information here. Now, most of the time, right, the decision on what to eliminate, what to throw away, what to push, maybe you can come up with an appendix slide at the end, right? So you can sometimes employ horizontal and vertical logic together. This will help ensure that the story you want to tell will come across clearly. So which means, for example, earlier, your A, right? The page of A is actually a vertical logic itself. Then the page of B again is a vertical logic. So you can combine. These two are combined most of the time. And finally, there you go, reverse storyboarding. So the reverse storyboarding, instead of starting with a summary, then you elaborate other pages A, B, C. Now you start with all the details A, B, C, and then you elaborate back, combine into a summary. So when you storyboard at the onset of building a communication, now you craft the outline of the story you intend to tell. Right? Now, as the name implies, it's a reverse, So reverse storyboarding does the opposite. You take the final communication, right? That means A, B, C, all the details, you flip through everything, then you write down all the main points at the very end. So this is something like giving the summary, right, at the end. For example, there, I've got my summary here, there, conclusion already, see? That's my last slide already, conclusion. That is exactly something like reverse storyboarding. In my PowerPoint slide, I've embodied everything. Bing, bang, bongo, and whatever, right? Vertical, horizontal, reverse storyboarding, right? So this is helping us to understand structurally where you might want to add, remove, or maybe you can move the pieces around. This is actually very easy to use reverse storyboarding. Somehow or other, you suddenly think of one point, oh, between B and C, I want to slot in B1. You can add a new page B1, right? And then just at the back, you put in 1. It's something like having a table of contents at the end, like an appendix at the end. You see? So it's easy for you to slot in new content as you develop. All right. Okay, so okay, hang on, let's see. Can someone who is not proactive or creative in thinking generate an insightful reports? Okay, now this is really a disciplinary and it's really an interpersonal kind of question here. You are trying to ask for my opinion. It's just in my humble opinion, yeah, I may not be correct, I might not be wrong also. It depends on how I perceive. It's very much my opinionated way of answering you. If you're trying to say that someone who is not proactive or creative, no creative thinking, can generate an insightful reports, okay, I can tell yes and no. Insightful reports may not be compelling, may not be appealing. Creativity, right? Okay, it's about the combination of using colors, layout, structures, immersiveness. Okay, but if you know how to place position data, you know how to use the correct chart, even though you might not be very attractive, creating the charts look a bit dull, right? But it can still be considered insightful, maybe not compelling, not appealing. So I can say that a not creative thinking person, right, okay, can still create an insightful report. Let me tell you one thing, I'm a good preacher. I will talk until the cow come home about, wow, good design strategy, the 15 golden rules of Power BI dashboarding. I've got a course for that, 2 days course. I can talk until the cow come home, and then after come home already, I've asked you, we go back. Yes. But you know what? I myself, I can admit to you, I may not be a very creative thinking person. I'm very analytical. I'm very critical. I'm very objective. I'm goal-minded. Not G-O-L-D, gold, yeah? Goal, G-O-A-L, goal, right? Goal-minded, objective. But you talk about creativity. If you, those of you who have ever met me before, back in those days, you know I every time wear black. I wear dull color because I don't know my color combination. I can preach about it, I can talk about it, okay? But if you come to ask me personally, I create something for you, I will tell you upfront, my color combination might not be good, but basic color, yes, I'm good. So I'm not creative, but I can still deliver an insightful report. I can create a report that can answer many, many questions. Just that it might not be compelling, might not be appealing, might not be immersive, all right? So there you go, your answer is that. That's just based on my opinion. Insightful means still can deliver the target, but just that a bit. It's just like master chef, you know. I can cook. You know, you're talking about a cook, right? A chef who can cook very nice. Wow, when you eat, oh, it's really, really nice. But is that dish pretty? No, it's not pretty at all. But the moment you eat it, ooh, it's really hearty. It's really tasty, right? So it's actually an art, you know. You're trying to balance art and usefulness. Some people look at it, right, okay, as in, no, I need the dish to be really pretty before I can put it into my mouth. If it's ugly, I'm not going to put it in my mouth. Similarly, if your report is pretty, I will look at it. If it's not pretty, I will puke. I'm not going to read it. So how do you really go and, decipher that? Are you going to handle this kind of customers or maybe your user? Hey, come on, my report, the data is able to answer whatever. No, one look at your report, I want to vomit. I cannot lay my eyes on it. How do I read it? Some people are like that. I can give a chuckle. I laugh a bit just now, okay, but there are organizations, okay, who are really piecing into that. Yes. So depending on your audience, that's why you need to know your audience. You need to know what they want, what actually ticks them, what makes them tick, what makes them move, what makes them sit. Right? This is something that you need to understand. So there are different people with different needs. Okay. So I hope that some of the examples I've given. Like I said again, I apologize if I'm being too sarcastic or being too straight, But I'm a person who don't like to beat around the bush. Okay, I just answer things what I feel, especially some questions which are really highly dependent on opinions. I'm just giving you my opinion. I might be wrong. I'm not saying that I will be all correct. It's up to your interpretation, whether you agree. Some of you guys may not agree with me, right? I'm not actually seeking your agreement, but I'm just delivering my opinion. So digest that. Think about it. Okay? Think about it. See whether does it work with you or not, right? That's usually how I deliver my training. Okay, so there you go. Conclusion. All right. So these are all the 4 topics that we have covered. So in conclusion, based on all the modules we have covered for the day, exactly we can finish early today. So what is data literacy? Let me do a recap here. Okay, so like a summary. Now, data literacy is about being able to read and write effectively with data. Putting it simple. Okay, data literacy adoption. What we found out is still pretty low around the world. There is an urgency for many organizations, right, to embark on this journey of enabling and exercising all the folks in the organization to be data literate. With the sudden proliferation of digital transformation exercises and the Industrial Revolution 4.0, IR 4.0, the urgency of being data literate is very real and very imminent. Okay, so I always say again that the data tsunami is here. So I always call this as a data tsunami. Okay, and number 3, why analytics? Well, what you have seen, analytics are often confused with reporting. Reporting is to convey the fact about the numbers, numeracy, whereas analytics is more than projecting the figures, rather to be able to answer deeper questions such as why, right? And when is it more likely to happen, right? So analytics, you got a few types. You got diagnostic analytics, prescriptive analytics, right? You've got cognitive analytics, you've got descriptive, a few types of analytics, right? And finally, just now what we have just finished, what is data storytelling? So data storytelling is the construction and assembly of factual data into an interesting fable or tale where the audience are able to relate, able to understand easily, and remember the entire situation of the data, right? Your tale, your story must be able to create an impact. People must be able to remember. They feel nice after looking at your report. You must, okay, data storytelling is also a structure of the story. So the structure of the story, right, okay, it is very important. They are recommended to follow stringent wireframes. You must follow concepts. So stories between one data piece and another are always consistent among them. All right. So there you go. This is actually our recap. That's the final one. And